Well, hello, good morning and welcome to a somewhat blustery Cumbria kart racing club. Rowrah is the circuit and the final round of the UKC is what we're all about. There is a lot to get through today. We have the 5 Superheats this morning and then the 5 Super Finals. It is only 2 of our classes where we have already decided the champions. Senior Rotax, Kai Hunter has it wrapped up, and in Mini Inter, Jacob Ashcroft has it wrapped up. But it does mean that in the Hondas, in the Micromax and in the Juniors, it is all still to play for the overall championship titles, and in all classes, of course, there's all the other drivers fighting for the other podium positions. It's going to be a fantastic day's racing, and we're thrilled that you can join us.
PassMeFast Ultimate Karting Championship. We're here at Rowrah and we're ready for more action. The racing yesterday was amazing and I think it set us up perfectly for finals day here. I'm going to be Kai Bacchini, and joining me alongside in the box for this morning is going to be Kev Harris. Kev, how are you?
Yeah, good morning, Kai. Great to see you here once again at Rowrah, and it looks like as we wake up this morning we might have a dry race for this first one that's going to kick us off. But what a weekend it's been. Brilliant action, brilliant excitement all of yesterday through the heats, and then it all builds for today's Super Heat and then the Super Finals. There's a lot to talk about, there's a lot to get through, and I don't know about you, Kai, but I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited. Even with the heats that we've had yesterday, we've had drivers up at the front end of the field switching positions in the championships already, and one of them just being Junior Rotax. Jack Hobson was leading coming into this round, but now he's on the back foot. Ollie Stevens has now taken the championship lead by just a 2-point deficit, though. It's so close in so many of the classes.
Yeah, that one's going to be a really exciting race. Junior Rotax has been so hard fought all season, and as we wake up this morning and look at it after the 3 heats from yesterday, as you quite rightly say, Ollie Stevens leading, Jack Hobson in 2nd, Freddie Ingram's 3rd, Lizzie Mentier in 4th, Deacon Russell is in 5th, and then we go down through the order that reads like a who's who of potential kart racing champions. The Junior Rotax class for me has been one of the most exciting all season, and that's what's kicking us off as well. First thing this morning then, Superheat 8A rather in Junior Rotax. It's going to be exciting, and as we see here, talking about the weather, that's what's going to potentially be coming our way, what we can see on the screen right now.
Yeah, yesterday drivers were having a battle against the conditions, and it looks like it's going to be no different today. We do have a dryish morning in front of us. We've seen no raining so far. I'm sure drivers will also have their fingers crossed that nothing changes that way, as in the rain it was definitely more chaotic than we did have in the dry conditions yesterday. But either way, that's some of the challenges which driver will have to face all the way throughout the season, having to adapt their driving styles to interchangeable conditions on the track.
Yeah, exactly. We saw it yesterday, didn't we, where you know, just literally moments before the start of one of the heats, some of the drivers had gone up there on the wets and some had turned up on the slicks, and you know, with seconds to go, suddenly it looks like that track was getting much drier, and so then it was all changed and everybody got the slicks on in time, which was good. But as we wake up this morning, it's a very dry track, so in spite of the fact that we are here in the Cumbrian Fells, and as you can see, beautiful green pictures on our screen right now, they do get a lot of rain up here, but the interesting thing about Rowrah is when this track starts to dry, it dries very quickly, so you can get back on the slicks and you can get the speed down and get the rubber down and start putting in the fastest times. But it's been a real test for all of these youngsters. Friday was in the wet, a lot of yesterday was in the wet, but like I say, and we're talking about right now, we're going to be in the dry. It's going to be a great morning's racing. There's a lot going on throughout the day, of course, with the Super Heats and then the Super Finals, kicking ourselves off with Junior Rotax A, that's Super Heat A, then we've got Junior Rotax B, then it's Honda Cadets, then it's Senior Rotax, then Mini Inter, and then Micromax. Lunch break scheduled then at the moment for 11:50, and I think we're still looking at 11:50 for a lunch break. And then we kick off this afternoon in similar order as far as the Super Finals are, with Junior Rotax, Honda Cadet, Senior Rotax, Mini Inter, and Micromax. Kicking off with the start of those Super Finals, hopefully at 12:30, all being well. The final Super Final, which will be Micromax, should be going off at 2:30, and then hopefully we'll have podiums as soon as we can after that. Around 3 o'clock is scheduled, but that might push back to 3:30 depending on what happens throughout the day, because it's going to be an exciting one, a lot going on. We've only got 2 classes, Kai, as well, where it's been decided already. Of course, Senior Rotax and then Mini Inter.
Yeah, no, every single class apart from this is up for stake, and it looks like we're just about to ready to go racing as some of the drivers are making their way out onto the circuit. That will be for Junior Rotax Group A, as we get ready for them to go. And so we get ready for the start of this one. Junior Rotax Superheat Way will be taken away from second in the championship, will be on pole position. Jack Hobson will take it away with Lewis Goff alongside him. Then it will be Alexander Cole and William Antrobus on the second row. What a weekend it's been for him so far. Then it's Deacon Russell, Zach Turner, Finley Buck, Morgan Hudson Brown, Jared Fox Whiteley, and Charles Green rounding out the 5th row of the grid in 10th position. Then it's going to be Nicholas Ellis and Kasper Tomilewski on the 6th row. 7th row consists of Emily Cooper and Archie Buttle, with Zane Quaker and Harry Gilbert in behind them. Then we're going to have Benjamin Baker, Reen Dharmaharta, then it's going to be Jensen Pritchard and Bella McConville rounding out the 10th row of the grid in 20th position.
So excitement then in this one as we wait for it then, Kai. Jack Hobson puts himself on the front row of the grid, and obviously chasing that overall championship win this weekend. But a lot of names in the mix there as well that could probably spoil the party for him, and they'll be pushing just as hard.
Yep, so you can see the drivers there just getting ready, warming up, weaving their tyres as Jack Hobson on that inside line. He has a lot of work to do. He'll have so much pressure on his shoulders coming into the final couple of races this weekend. The Superheats in the finals could mean everything for him, or it could all fall apart in just the grasp of his hands. The drivers still weaving their tyres, getting themselves warmed up as we go round the final corner. Do we go green first time round? We'll accelerate round, lights go out, and we go racing. Great start there from Hobson on the inside line. Cole's going to have to fall down into third there as they go down into the first corner. Yeah, it looks like we have a bit of an incident in the background there. Couldn't quite catch the numbers as drivers are squabbling all the way through the field, all battling for position. Up at the front end, you can see Lewis Goff and Alexander Cole going both at it, as one driver running out very wide there. That was the 222. That's Jared Fox Whiteley just getting caught, laid out. There's William Antrobus going down the inside of the number 53 of Deacon Russell as he loses a couple of positions, but Jack Hobson already extending his gap out in front. He doesn't need to worry about the drivers in behind, but Lewis Goff, he'll have a mission on his hands as Alexander Coe and William Antrobus are following close in behind.
Yeah, what a great, exciting opening first lap for us here in Junior Rotax, Kai. Great to see everyone making it up and away through the chicane, the uphill section that often causes issue at the start of a race, but all of these Junior Rotax getting cleanly through, bar a couple of back markers. The real winner has been Jack Hobson, because he's got himself off and away down the road. The gap back to Lewis Goff then 1.1, and then Alexander Cull behind him there 1.5, as we continue to follow these onboard pictures thanks to Alpha Live.
Yeah, one driver just going off in the background there, but that's one driver making a move. That's Jared Fox White. Sorry, that's not Jared Fox Whiteley. That's his teammate Deacon Russell going down the inside of what looked like to be Zach Turner as he lost out on a position through the center S's down the back end of the circuit. They make their way through the St. John's complex now and down through Sunny Bend. We'll see the rest of the field now file through, and down the home straight we'll go. Right, so Jack Hobson crosses the line. He currently the actually loses quite a bit of time on that previous lap to Lewis Goff in second position. One driver going round, that looked like the 144 Zane Quaker making a mistake in the first chicane. And just look at all the drivers using all the runoff available to them there on the exit of the first corner. And it looks like there was a dive there from Lewis Goff, but on the switchback, Jack Hobson manages to maintain the lead for the time being. Feels the need to go defensive, going down into center S's, down the inside. There goes William Antrobus. He'll pick up the move on Deacon Russell there. Russell nearly drifting wide into the bark, but just about recovers the kart.
Yeah, chaotic moment or two in the race there with Jack Hobson losing ground to Lewis Goff. He ran wide. Then we saw Deacon Russell run wide, and behind him then Zach Turner making good of his mistake. And when we see them cross the line for the next time and we get the splits on screen, as we see a move just going through there around paddock bend, kart 32 by the looks of it. That's Emily Cooper. We're going to see the gaps closing, I think. A lot happened in that first lap.
Yeah, you saw on the final corner there, that was Fox Whiteley trying to go down the inside of Emily Cooper. Just didn't manage to pull it off, though. So on the exit of the first hairpin, we're continuing watching this battle. But down the inside, that's Deacon Russell. He manages to get the move done there on Charles Green. Green now looking all over his shoulders, as he can see Archie Bottle following in behind. He has a little sniff to the inside line. Doesn't manage to get anything done. That was very well covered there by Deacon Russell, going down into the back chicane as we go down towards the center S, sorry, not the center S's, that's the St. John's section once again. Archie Buttle just trying to find a way through, looking inside and out, trying to find a line that's available to him. And down the inside, that may be a move there. That looks like that was a move on Jerry Fox Whiteley. That was Nicholas Ellis making a great dive, an opportunistic move down there into the final corner.
Yeah, a great move there. Lots of racing already, and this is what we expect from Junior Rotax. Charles Cheesy Green was in the mix there just a moment or two ago. Don't forget, he would put himself on the podium. Let's see what we've got here, number 20. Up the inside, Hunter Motorsport, 275. Who have we got there making a great move up the inside? That's our man Zach Turner on screen, putting one up the inside and making it stick. This mid-pack battle, then, there's a lot going on. It's hard to keep up, but these boys are really going for it and really fighting for it. There is a lot at stake. Don't forget, 2 heats in Junior Rotax. This is Heat A, then there's Heat B, and they're all just fighting out for the final, super final of the year. As we rejoin the action here, then, 51 is Lewis Goff, just getting the lead at the moment then on Jack Hobson. This battle is going to be intriguing. Look at Jack Hobson coming up the inside of Lewis then. Just going to sit there. Has he got the tighter line around this one? Looks like he has, but Lewis then gets the better exit and goes away.
Yeah, that was well defended there from Goff. You can see just positioning his kart there in the middle of the circuit. Doesn't want to risk anything, doesn't want to give up any inside line, any advantage to Jack Hobson, who's currently sitting in second position. And with 5 minutes left in the race, Lewis Goff's going to have a lot on his hands if he wants to keep it in a defensive manner for the remainder of the race. Slippery surface flags are going out, so maybe a bit of rain is falling down onto the circuit. And you can see that Goff there drifting wide. Now Hobson trying to take advantage of it. Now this is definitely going to be an interesting situation, as everybody on the slick tyres on a wet surface circuit, as drivers will be drifting left and right. Lewis Goff, though, looking to be the master of the conditions right now, and drivers, you can see, just trying to hook all of the curbs available to him to try and help drive the car around the corner, which is what Hobson and Goff are doing right now. So I will correct myself. Goff wasn't going defensive. He was going tight to hook the car around the corner, as he knew that the track surface was getting a little bit slippery.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Look, here we go, and we've got a spin. Jack Hobson there, down. Oh, and he's beached it. He's on the curb. He's kind of on the edge of the tarmac there. Rear wheels spinning. He's going nowhere. Finds himself rejoining in the mid-pack now. That is absolute disaster for Jack Hobson. Lewis Goff just managing to get the better of it off and away down the road. But this race has got a long way to go with that slippery surface flag running. Wait a minute, who have we got there?
Russell.
Deacon Russell by the looks of it. Just popping up from behind one of the barriers there. He obviously had a bit of a slip and a slide. It looks at the top end of the track to me there, Kai, that we've got quite a bit of rain falling up the far end.
Yeah, we definitely do, but that's absolutely massive for the championship battle there. Our championship contender, Jack Hobson, was second in the championship by just 2 points to the back of what was Oliver Stevens, who's currently leading the championship. I'll tell you what, Stevens will be watching this race and punching the air right now as he sees that his contenders falling down the field. And there you can see all of the rain now pouring down on the camera. These drivers have such a big issue on their hands, and this will really separate the boys from the men, and all of the drivers trying to do as much as they can as they spin all the way through the field. I think that was 3 drivers going off through the first hairpin, as everybody just fighting for survival right now.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And as I was watching that on our screens unfold, I thought they're all going into that a little bit too hot. We're going to see some go off, and we did. As it stands at the moment, though, looking at it on the timing screens, the graphics that we've got, Lewis Goff still then in the lead. Alexander Cull currently in second, and Archie Buttle now up to third. Will Antrobus down in 4, but where is our man Jack Hobson? He's down there in 6th. Don't forget, leading the championship coming into this heat this morning, or rather just fighting for the championship coming into this heat this morning. This one's got a long way to run. Look at these drivers just, soaring away on the wheel, trying to keep the car on the black stuff. And if you get to the end of this one with 2 minutes to go and you stay on track, you're going to have done well.
Yeah, we were saying that drivers were going to have to fight against the conditions throughout today, but look, if you look out of our window here, Kev, the rain is absolutely torrential out there. Everybody that's on the grid right now will be scrambling for the wet tyres as drivers going off left and right. There's nothing they can do about it. I think this is the worst rain that we've seen all weekend. Everybody out there on track is doing an amazing job to keep it on the surface on slick tyres.
Yeah, they absolutely are. It's just, to finish first you have to finish, as we see the 275 spin of, red flag. We have a red flag. Race stop. So Zach Turner there, the 275, just spinning as the race is halted. I would imagine because of the rain. Yep. Or do we have a car in a position of danger? They're coming on in, but yeah, Junior Rotax Heat B going out next, and I can imagine up there on the grid, the dummy grid, or just before that area, the mechanics will be quickly getting the wet tyres on. But of course, it's not just about changing the wet tyres, Kai. The kart's been set up for the dry as well.
Yeah, that's the thing, but if we look at the standings here, obviously that red flag will go back a lap, so that spin there for the 275 of Turner doesn't matter, as Lewis Goff will walk away with the win there from Alex Cohen. Archie Bottle in 3rd position. William Antrobus, an amazing weekend, sets himself up in 4th.
Want to get on the road as quick as possible? Pass in as little as 3 months with PassMeFast, the UK's leading intensive driving course specialists. A PassMeFast course is the fast and hassle-free way of getting your license. Plus, our 100% money-back guarantee means it's all risk-free. This isn't your average driving course. We've revolutionised how Britain learns to drive with our fast-track test system, modern learning methods and flexible monthly payment options. Plus, you can track your progress and manage your course anywhere, anytime with our industry-leading student portal. Take the faster route to driving. Book today at passmefast.co.uk.
So after a chaotic start to the Junior Rotax classes, we'll be moving on to Junior Rotax Superheat B. That was the Junior Rotax Superheat A, which we've just seen. Jack Hobson did start on pole position for that, but I'm guessing we'll be moving on to the second group there, as Jack Hobson, who was second in the championship, finished in 6th, and that's going to be detrimental to his championship battle, as Ollie Stevens, who we'll see take place in this one, he'll be starting from 2nd position. It's going to be a tight one for the championship.
Yeah, it really is. That is not at all what Jack Hobson would have wanted there. He's obviously finishing down in 6th, and you say Ollie Stevens now 6th or higher to maintain that lead. But look who's on the front row of the grid for this Superheat B, Freddie Ingram. There's a man who is a hard charger who'll be going full throttle for this one, Kai, because we know that he can do it, KR Sportman. Behind him, though, Lizzie Mentier, kart number 50 there. Keep your eyes on her. Also a fantastic driver, great racing, great racer, always fully in the mix on this one. Was 4th in the championship coming into the weekend as well, so we'll see what she can do. Currently sitting 4th as well as we wake up this morning. And then the rest of them, another man to keep your eyes on there as well, number 40, Daniel Kilpatrick, stepping up to Junior Rotax back at the start of the season. It's been a hard and fast learning curve for Daniel Kilpatrick, but he's got the potential to be a great driver, and I'm sure he'll be relishing the opportunity of starting near the front of the grid on this one.
Yeah, there's a lot of drivers which we'll have to keep our eye on in this one. Freddie Ingram, obviously from pole position, he's going to be the main man which every driver has their eyes on going into that first couple of corners and on that first lap as well. But Ollie Stevens, our championship leader, I'm sure he'll have a massive target on his back. We're having a look at him right now sitting on the grid. He looks unfazed. He looks pretty calm on the grid right there, does Ollie. I don't think he's got any worries in his mind. I think all he needs to do is just go out onto the circuit and just do his best, and that's all he can really do. As long as he can perform to a high standard, all he needs to do is finish 6th position or higher in this race to maintain that championship lead.
Yeah, that's what he's going to be thinking about right now, as we are just getting wet, and you can see a bit of rain on his visor there, so it is still wet here at Rowrah. I think they've been given an extra moment or two to get the wet tyres on ahead of this one. Of course, the last heat that we just saw, the rain started to fall midway through, and it created chaos for all the drivers that were on the slicks. This one is a slightly different proposition for these guys going out. We can see also as well, it's not just about changing the tyres, but it's getting the tyre pressures right as well, because you need the right tyre pressure to make those tyres work. That is the live scene here this morning at Rowrah. That's what we're looking at. That is actually the view out of our window. The dummy grid in the shed, which is off and away up to the right from where we are stood right now. You can see it in the top right-hand side of your picture there. That's the state of play. You can see a little bit of standing water on the track. As I was saying before the start of this morning, the track does dry quickly when the wind starts to blow and the rain stops. It does start to dry quickly, but when it rains here, it really rains, and we may see some standing water on the track for this one. Here are the far reaches of the track there, Kai. There's the S's at the top end, and we can see that standing water.
Yeah, those drivers are going to have to be careful of it, because if they get their tyres into that standing water, it's just going to pull the car towards it, as that standing water basically acts as a dead trap on the circuit. You can see it even further along, and all that standing water is just formed from what looks like maybe 2-3 minutes of rain, and 30 seconds of that was torrential, which will be the majority of the rain that's falling on that circuit. So all of the rain just standing on the surface. Hopefully it gets parted by the drivers who make their way onto the circuit now. Yeah,
here we go then. So a couple of warm-up laps. They're not really getting any heat in the tyres, that's for sure, but just a couple of laps to try and feel the balance of the car on the wet surface, and just see what they can make of it. These drivers in Junior Rotax Superheat B. Set to be an exciting one. Let's see what happens. I can't quite work out at the moment, Kai, whether it's still raining or whether it's stopped.
It looks like there may be a few little bits of drizzle coming down, but definitely not the raining conditions that we've seen in that previous race. That was pretty torrential for those drivers. Yeah. I think it would have been quite a shock in the system when they all of a sudden seen rain pouring down onto their visors. And they all would have had their dark visors on as well, ready for dry conditions. So visibility would have been pretty much 0 to none. Yeah, it would have been. Oh, kart 50, that's Lizzie Mentier. On the out lap, on the warm-up lap, she's pumping the throttle. Looks like she's going nowhere. Oh, that's such a shame. Mentier was supposed to be starting in 4th position. That's our 4th place championship contender, Lizzie Mentier, kart number 50, being pushed to the inside of the track. I can't imagine what's happened there. And
why she couldn't get it restarted. There's time for a restart to get it back on track. I don't really know what's happened there, unfortunately.
No, that is absolutely devastating to see. And this last round here, claiming quite a few victims and definitely switching up the championship standings and making it interesting for all of us watching at home and watching on the sidelines as well. Obviously, the driver's not racing right now. This is just their second formation lap. They'll have time to try and part some of the water on the track and get some heat into the surface of those wet tyres, which is definitely more difficult to do than on those slick tyres. But either way, drivers will try to. And I was going to say, there shouldn't be a Lando Norris front two. It shouldn't be a DHR front two, as Ollie Stevens is going to be the one taken away from second position. But Freddie Ingram from pole position. Will he be able to hold it going into the first chicane? The inside line seems to be preferred from the rest of the classes, but will he be able to do it in this one? The wet conditions have been switching things up a lot, and maybe we'll see a new victor going into the first chicane. The drivers getting ready though. You can see pinching their fuel pipes, trying to not oil up the engine. Round the final corner, do we go green? Lights go out, we go racing. So into the first chicane, it's going to be busy and hot. Everyone trying to make their way through, everyone fighting for the same position on the track. A few drivers being spat out wide, kicking up some dirt, kicking up some standing water as well. One driver going round, anyone going to follow him? No, they're not. Everyone just about manages to avoid the standing car in the middle of the track at the first hairpin. Diving down in, that's a big mistake there from the number 16. That's going to be a huge issue there. And it looks, that might be the 14 of Arthur Thacker. So Arthur Thacker goes round at the second hairpin. He'll have a lot of work to do if he wants to recover that one. Just went in way too deep, caught the back of the car in front of him and spins around.
Yeah, and as we look at this at the front end of the race at the moment, it's Freddie Ingram, the kart number 69, who's got the move on Ollie Stevens, number 81. Ollie Stevens has a look down the inside, retakes the position. Ingram then tries to take it straight back, going up the inside. Ollie Stevens couldn't make it stick on the wet there as they now make their way up through the chicane. The right and then the left that is blind as they make their way then through the chicane up to the first of the hairpins. Ingram leading from Stevens as it stands right now. The 69 leading the 81. Drivers then behind them filtering through in the hairpin. Everyone driving very gingerly through that section because look, this track is wet. The sun's coming out. Ollie Stevens takes an inside line but will run wide. Ingram then takes it straight back. You're not going to take inside fast lines like that on a wet track, I don't think. You're not going to be able to make it stick on the exit.
Yeah, the thing is with a wet surface track like this, there's one driver go round. That looks like that may have been Rhys Bailey that went round, that he was in third position. Now he's falling all the way down the order. Not quite sure what happened there. Maybe just went in a bit too deep and went too hard on the brake, locked the rears and spun around there down at the center S's. Through St. John's and Sunny Ben we go now. At Sunny Ben, the driver's using all of the curb available to them to try and hook the car around. That's Arthur Thacker trying to look for a move down the inside of Riven. Welsh isn't able to find anything just yet as they make their way down towards the first chicane. There was something up on the digiboard there, and there's two drivers under investigation. The number 99 and the number 40. That's Rhys Bailey and Daniel Kilpatrick. So Rhys Bailey, that just spun around at the second hairpin, is under investigation for something that the stewards aren't happy with. And Daniel Kilpatrick is also. So, as I was talking about before, there's a differentiation that drivers can go for in the racing lines in the wet conditions. You can go for that inside line, which will have a shorter distance through the corner. Great move on the inside there by Arthur Thacker to get himself in front of Addison Smith as they were battling along. But if you go for the inside line, you have a shorter distance round the corner, but you definitely have less momentum coming off the corner, which we've seen there. One driver going round, that's going to be Addison Smith. I can't even get a sentence out. These drivers have so much action going on the track that it keeps breaking me up.
Yeah, they really do, as we see a move going up the inside here. The number 45, that is Eli Baden, making a move up the inside of the driver whose kart number I can't quite see at this moment in time. 45 racing on 65. Then Jack Thompson just losing out to Eli there. He's off and away down the road. We rejoin the action then at the front here. 69 and 81. It's our two men, Freddie Ingram and Ollie Stevens, of course. And at the moment, it is number 61 of Freddie Ingram who has the better of 81 Ollie Stevens. Both of these youngsters, really experienced drivers, just feathering that that throttle, feathering that brake, too much of one or the other, and you're going to spin. We've had a torrential downpour in the first heat this morning, and now the sun is coming out, so the track will start to dry once again. Ollie Stevens then just chasing down Freddie Ingram out in front. In third place then is Matteo Palazzo, John Brown in fourth as it stands right now. So those are your top four then. Anything can happen in this one though, with 6 minutes to go on what is now a drying surface as the sun starts to shine here in Cumbria.
As this race continues and as the race develops, I think drivers will start to find where that optimal line is for their karts. It seems to be middle of the track or closer to the apex right now, so quite similar to the dry racing lines which the drivers will be taking right now. You can see drivers there just going barreling into the corner, putting as much lock as they can on their steering, trying to jack the cart into the corner, and that's what you want to do in these wet conditions. We're having a look at the 116 and the 95 there. That's Matteo Palazzo and John Brown as they make their way down the hill towards the St. John's section. Palazzo getting the rear end sticking out a little bit there, maybe a bit too hasty on the throttle, but as they make their way through St. John's and Sunny Bend now towards Paddock Bend, nothing separating these two drivers apart from different racing lines. Palazzo opts for the tighter racing line. John Brown trying to go for the wider, the more momentum, the more flowing line through that final Paddock Bend. And towards the first hairpin we go. Freddie Ingram now starting to break away a little bit from Ollie Stevens.
Yeah, the battle out front is intriguing, but as I just glance at the timing sheets here, turning it purple way back in 17th at the moment. Kart number 99, Rhys Bailey with a 58.5, fastest lap of the race at the moment. Back there, Kart 99, well done to you, Rhys. As we rejoin the action out in front here, then it's the 166 of Matteo Palazzo. Just getting the march on John Brown, Kart 95, as John Brown just bumps through the curbs there at the top end of the circuit. Now drifting downhill then, the downhill right-hander. That is St. John's, getting on the brakes there. That's going to be really tricky to get that turn right this morning in these difficult conditions. Out front though, it's still Ingram and Stevens. Here's a midfield battle that the cameras have picked up here. Kart number 16 racing there in the middle of the pack, which is Rachel Robertson and Nathan Capon and Rhys Bailey then. 99, there's Rhys Bailey there, fastest lap, a lap or two ago. Don't know whether that's still the fastest lap. No, that now goes to Freddie Ingram, 58.314, the fastest lap. Freddie Ingram has just bagged that for himself as he still leads out front.
Freddie Ingram, the quickest driver on track right now, currently sitting third in the driver standings in Junior Rotax, but he is 38 points off the back of Jack Hobson. So he'll gain a little bit of a gap here in this race, as he'll gain more points than Jack Hobson, who finished 6th place in his Superheat. But he'll have a lot more work to do in the final later on today if he wants to get himself second in the championship. And Ollie Stevens with a 2nd place result here. He's looking quite steady to extend his championship lead.
Yeah, he is. Ollie will just be trying to keep it on the black stuff, as you said at the start of all this. 6th or higher will keep him in that championship lead position, so he's not going to be too worried about just losing ground to Freddie Ingram if he is at this point in time right now in the race. As we see a move go down there, and that's the 95 of Brown, just getting it past there on the 116 of Palazzo. This battle is now, and a little wag of the finger says, I've got you, and I'm off and away down the road. But he hasn't.
Ooh.
That's it, my friend. You got to keep those hands on the wheel and be focused on what you're doing. Too concerned with the joy of overtaking Palazzo. He then runs wide, does the 95 of Brown.
Yeah, a little bit of instant karma there, as some people may say. Wags the finger, no, I'll take that position. Instantly switches back as he runs wide onto the bark, and Palazzo takes the tighter line to easily pick up the position. But luckily there, 95 of Brown has only lost that position to Palazzo, but it has put him into the grasps of Cordingley, who's now within overtaking range and within an attacking position. We're having a look at the number 14 of Arthur Thacker here, who has so much pressure on his shoulders right now, as he has Henry Cameron and Michael Dalton breathing down his neck for what looks like the past 5 minutes. He's having to dealt with all this pressure, and he's managed to keep himself out in front right now. But talking about out in front, let's have a look at Freddie Ingram and Ollie Stevens.
Yeah, so Freddie Ingram still leading Ollie Stevens to 69, leading the 81 then. But Ollie Stevens, I don't think will be too concerned about this. Again, what we were just talking about a moment or two ago, just keep it on the road. Probably settling for second, I think. I'm not sure whether he's thinking that he needs to push, especially in conditions like this to get past Freddie Ingram. But we shall see. 1 minute 18 on the clock then with a lap or two to go. Maybe we'll start to see Ollie Stevens push, or maybe he's consolidating his position there. He'll be happy to come home in the second spot in what is only the Superheat, don't forget. It's all about the Super Final, which will be kicking off a little bit later on. That's when we'll see Ollie Stevens putting the hammer down, when he'll probably be going wheel to wheel with Jack Hobson for the overall championship title. At the moment, though, Freddie Ingram enjoying some clear road because coming into this one as well, don't forget, Freddie Ingram was fighting for a podium position in the championship overall. Third as it was at the start of the weekend, taking the tighter line. Stevens running the wider line there, and Stevens actually getting the better exit out of that hairpin. Is he going to tuck in behind him? Is he going to have a little look? He's going to tuck in as it stands at this moment in time. A great battle then between these two out front. Just it's a kind of slow and steady battle, I think, here, Kai. They're both racing, but they both know that they've got to keep it on the track.
Yeah, Stevens will know, based off Hobson's bad result in the previous race, that all he needs to do is have quite a conservative race. As long as he finishes in a half-decent position, then he'll extend his championship lead. But we've got to remember that these people are racing drivers, so of course they're going to want the best result possible. And it looks like Stevens is showing all his intentions to go for the race lead as he was battling down that back straight as they go through the chicane. The penultimate lap of the race is now upon us. A wider entry there from Stevens. Let's see if he gets a better exit. He definitely does. So Freddie Ingram losing a little bit of time there through the first hairpin. Into the second hairpin we go. Ollie Stevens, does he get the exit that he would be hoping for? No, he doesn't. So the 81 of Stevens right now with a little bit of a gap separating the two of them, with some breathing room separating our top two with the 69 and the 81. Is there really any need to risk that second position that he has right now?
No, I don't think there is, and with 1 lap to go, they'll see the last lap board next time by. I really don't think they're going to be too concerned about that at all. I think Ollie Stevens is going to be happy to sit where he is. I might be wrong, but let's see what happens. The gap opened up, actually, 0.327 on the screens right now as Ingram comes round paddock bend then. And just crosses the line there, being shown the last lap board. We can see that. The gap now back to Stevens, 0.9 then, extending that gap. And then we've still got Palazzo and Brown in 4th and 5th, accordingly, or either in 3rd and 4th, accordingly 5th. Thacker, that's our man Arthur Thacker, kart number 14, currently sitting in 6th. So well done to you, sir, getting yourself in a great position in this one.
Yeah, Arthur Thacker, he's had a good weekend so far. He's been fighting up at the front end or around the mid-pack. He's had a 12th for 4th and a 6th position in his third heat, and he's looking to get the same here in the pre-final. Currently looking, not pre-final, sorry, the Superheat. He's currently sitting in 6th position. He's also fighting for the lower down positions in the championship, and we'll see if he's able to do that. Currently in 16th, but he's fighting for anywhere within the top 10 right now. But as they round the final corner, Freddie Ingram, a dominant drive from lights to finish. He'll take the win here in the Superheat for Junior Rotax Group B. But Ollie Stevens, a great race and some great points to add to his championship title so far to try and extend his lead away from Jack Hobson. Hobson's going to have a lot of work to do later on if he wants to get himself back in the lead and take the title.
Yeah, we're getting to that point in the weekend where if we're brave men and our maths is good enough, we can start doing some arithmetic on the fly to try and work out where each of those two has got to finish to wrap up the championship. I'm not going to even try to do that, Kai. I'm not that man who can do his maths that fast. I'm going to wait till a little bit later on. Over the lunch break, we can start to do some maths on that kind of thing, and we'll see where we're going to sit then ahead of the Super Finals this afternoon. There's your winner, as it says on the screen. Freddie Ingram, Junior Rotax, 12 laps done, taking the win from Ollie Stevens, Matteo Palazzo, and John Brown. And interestingly, if you're watching us on the live stream right now, if you're here live at Rowrah, you will see the sun has started to shine. Was that downpour that we saw in the first heat of the morning just a one-off? Was it just a mad moment of torrential rain that has now been and gone? And will we be bathed in sunshine for the rest of the day? I tell you what, I wouldn't want to be a mechanic. How are you going to set your car up this morning? Do you go for the wet or do you go for the dry?
So Ollie Stevens now extends his championship lead from a 2-point to a 9-point lead over Jack Hobson. That's going to be tough to take over in the finals later on. But we'll now turn our attentions to the other Superheats which are about to take place. Honda GX200s is up next.
Want to get on the road as quick as possible? Pass in as little as 3 months with PassMeFast, the UK's leading intensive driving course specialists. A PassMeFast course is the fast and hassle-free way of getting your license. Plus, our 100% money-back guarantee means it's all risk-free. This isn't your average driving course. We've revolutionised how Britain learns to drive with our fast-track test system, modern learning methods and flexible monthly payment options. Plus, you can track your progress and manage your course anywhere, anytime with our industry-leading student portal. Take the faster route to driving. Book today at passmefast.co.uk.
And so you join us right in the midst of the action, as on the grid ready to go here is the Honda GX200. Ryan White and Theo Bradshaw taken away from the front of the grid. Our two 950 contenders up at the front end of the field. Ryan White currently leading by a 38-point deficit. Let's see if he's able to continue that on later today, or will Theo Bradshaw be able to overthrow him. So everybody just ready, sitting on the grid right now. The marshal's just checking over, making sure everyone is in the right grid positions, and will soon be underway with action for the Honda Cadets. The revs are now rising, ready to go. When will the lights go out? Now they will. We go racing here. A great start there from Ryan White as he gets the jump going into the first chicane, and it looks like following through as well. That's the number 18 of Ollie Thompson as he gets himself into second position, as Theo Bradshaw is going to have to drop down into third. Now they go down towards the first hairpin, and an overtake in the background there. That was the number 17 going for a move. That's Ashley Haas making the move on Oliver Newell in the background.
Yeah, exciting stuff as these youngsters get off and away straight away in the Honda Cadets then. The first of the hairpins. Let's see what happens here. Up the inside, there's a move by one of the zip carts. As you see, the 28 and the 21 just slipping and sliding. Charlie Stapleton and Layla McLeish just overcooking it into the first hairpin there. The real winner on this opening lap and this opening stages of this one then is Ryan White, who did the best of getting off and away up the road through the chicane uphill. Look at this, a move by Theo Bradshaw down the inside then in his zip cart, going well now to just get himself back into second place. He'd lost that second place to Ollie Thompson in the opening stages, now reclaims it then. We're on board there, 72, that's Ed Spain, who has now come and made a great move up the inside of Paddock Bend. As we just see the number 18 of Ollie Thompson there. Ed Spain all over the back of him. Look at this, a great little battle between these two youngsters here. Zipcar versus LMN then. LMM rather, as we're watching on screen right now. But there we have Theo Bradshaw. From Theo Bradshaw then just behind him, can't quite see who that is on screen right now. Ashley Haase finds himself then in third at the moment. Can he hang on to that position? It's going to be an exciting one.
Yeah, Theo Bradshaw will just be focused forwards as he has everything to gain but pretty much nothing to lose, and that's an overtake in the background from Ed Spain. That looked like Ed Spain making a move there on Haase as they made their way through the centre S's down at the back end of the circuit. No, sorry, that was Ed Spain getting the move back on Ollie Thompson for fourth position. He must have temporarily lost that one down the back end of the circuit, but Ed Spain once again finds himself in fourth position, where you can see just in front of that, that's third and second position. That's Ashley Haase and Theo Bradshaw. But down the inside into the final corner, that was the 33. That was Finley Smith making a move on Ralphie Branscombe. Ralphie Branscombe being the driver that's already taken away the title. He's already secured it in the 900 class, but it's still up for grabs in the 950.
Yeah, it is, and the man that's leading the 950s is leading the Superheat at the moment. That's Ryan White. He got himself off and away down the road while it was all going on behind him. I want to know really what happened to Ollie Thompson, though. He's in the middle of our screen right now, number 18, running in fifth, chasing down Ed Spain in fourth. In the opening first couple of corners, he was up to second, and then somewhere probably out of our camera view, he found himself dropping back, and we're now watching in the middle of our screen, currently running in fifth. Ollie Thompson, of course, was fighting for a championship podium coming into the weekend, and he still is, so we know he's a good driver, but at the moment he's having to work hard to get past Ed Spain, number 72 then, who is currently running in fourth, and Ashley Haase still comfortable then in third, the number 17. He'll be thrilled if he could hold on to third for this one. We haven't seen, well, he's had 4 heat races previous to this where he's put himself in third position. Never done better than that throughout the season, but maybe he will do today. We'll see what happens. But out front then, Ryan White and Theo Bradshaw. As we see Ollie Thompson make a move up the inside here then of Ed Spain. Can he make it stick up the inside? Runs wide, and yeah, he's back on the power smoothly and cleanly. So Ed Spain now finds himself in the chase.
Yep, good move there from Ollie Thompson to get the move done on Ed Spain. He'll fall down into fifth position for the time being, but both of these drivers very far off the back. The pack in front of them and also the leader in front of that. Theo Bradshaw and Ashley Haase have a little bit of a gap that's now formed between the two of them, and if we look in the championship battle, Ed Spain currently in front of Ashley Haase, but only by 6 points, so that's going to be an interesting battle between the two of them. They're battling on track right now, and they're also battling in the championship for third position. So that podium position in the championship is going to be big for both of these drivers. Looks like Ashley Haase will be taking away a couple more points from this one, so closing out on fourth position for Ed Spain.
Yeah, an exciting race then as this one moves on. 5 minutes, 20 seconds then left to go as we pick up some action here with the number 17 of Ashley Haase there being chased down hard. Wait a minute, by Ryan White. Ryan White now finds himself in third. I'm just doing a little double take here to understand what's gone on. Well, Ryan White now back down to third. Theo Bradshaw as Ashley Haase puts one up the outside of Ryan White. Ryan White back to third. I'm not quite sure what happened. He must have slipped off and is now just fighting. Now up to second then. So Ryan White will be pushing now hard to chase down Theo Bradshaw. Somewhere out of our camera shot that I must have missed, I do apologise. We saw Ryan White drift back and Theo Bradshaw's off and away down the road.
Well, this is great for Ryan White, though, because even though he does have the championship lead by quite a large gap right now, 38 points is what he has back to Theo Bradshaw in second. Every point that he can get to try and minimize the loss that he'll take from Theo Bradshaw in this race is going to be beneficial to his championship fight. And Ryan White right now putting down some brilliant pace on the circuit right now. He finished his last heat in first position. Heat 3 he won, Heat 2 he came second, and he came fourth in his first heat. So for the time being, he's doing a good job to keep himself within contention up at the front end of the field. Sorry, no, I was reading out Theo Bradshaw's results. So Ryan White has run 2 of his heats and finished second in the other, so clearly showing that he's dominant on this circuit as two drivers battling away. That's Oliver Newell just about holding off from Finley Smith in 7th position right now, but Ryan White probably one of the quickest drivers on the track right now.
Yeah, Ryan White definitely one of the quickest drivers here, we know that, but he obviously made a mistake that saw him drop back, and now Theo Bradshaw then is leading the race by a gap back to Ryan White of 2.472, and then we got 2.7 back to Ashley Haase from Theo Bradshaw as well. And as they come past our commentary position, you can see that gap. Theo Bradshaw will be smiling in his helmet. He keeps glancing over his shoulder every time he goes past us when he crosses the line, just to see if they're catching him, but at the moment it doesn't appear that they are. 2.89 then now the gap between Theo Bradshaw and Ryan White. There we are, we can see Ryan White and Ashley Haase still sitting pretty in third. He's going to be absolutely thrilled with that if he can make that third position stick when we come to cross the finish line in 3 minutes 3 seconds time, there or thereabouts. Really exciting stuff from all of these youngsters here. 12 Honda Cadet drivers who've been battling it out in this one, and we've had sort of numbers throughout the season of sort of 12s, 13s and sometimes up to 15s in the Honda Cadets. It's been really good to watch and really good to sort of chat to these youngsters throughout the year. Ryan White, though, will have the bit between his teeth inside the helmet there, as he now is just trying to get some speed back into that kart to get him to chase down Theo Bradshaw. I think hopefully what he'll be doing, though, Bradshaw just goes past our commentary window, and there goes Ryan White. I think hopefully what Ryan will be doing, though, is just keeping a clear head. I'm sure Lenny will have spoken to him and said, mate, just, you know, run your own race, keep a clear head, do what you know you can do, and don't worry about everyone else around you. And that's exactly what he's going to do right now, as Theo Bradshaw clocks the fastest lap, a 1:03.7.
Yep, great pace there from Theo Bradshaw, but Ashley Haase right now, Ed Spain's in quite a bit of trouble. It looks like Haase is going to be able to pull down 2 more points to try and bring down the gap between Haase and Spain right now. That'll pull down the gap to only 4 points separating Spain and Haase in the championship. And 4 points, once you get to the finals, that's only 2 positions. So that's really not a big difference between the 2 drivers, which means that the battle for 4th position will definitely be going down to the final race of the day. So a lot of pressure on those drivers' shoulders, and I'm sure some quite high tensions and stakes that will be going on that race as well. We're having a look at the 18 of Ollie Thompson currently motoring around the circuit as he drifts the car around the final corner, just soaring away at the steering wheel, fighting for control. We're having a look at the good battle here between the 61 and the 33 as well. That's Oliver Newell and Finley Smith as they're going at it through the first chicane, and tagging the back rear wheel there of Oliver Newell, and Finley Smith, after carrying just a little bit too much speed through the first chicane, spins out after making contact.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for Finlay there, that was down to a little bit of an error on his part. Just tagged the back of the kart in front of him, put him into a spin, coming in a little bit too hot out of the chicane there. But thankfully, it didn't beach him in the side of the track there. He was able to just get himself back on track and keep going. But he, again, in his helmet right now, will be absolutely furious with himself. As we ride on board with Theo Bradshaw then, who's just going to be sort of sitting there, I think probably in a moment or two of just kind of thinking, I'm out in front and I've got a lead of over 3 seconds. How's that happened? I wonder if in his head he'll be working it out as we just watch him glance over his shoulder again, then just to sort of see that gap back to Ryan White. 2.8 it is actually now, 2.8, and then 5.4 back to Ashley Haase. Coming around with 10 seconds to go then, so next time by when they pass our commentary position, that will be last lap. Theo Bradshaw will be thrilled at taking the win on this one. Will buoy him with confidence ahead of the super final this afternoon. And don't forget, of course, as well, Theo Bradshaw also running in Micromax alongside Honda Cadet.
Yeah, and we're looking at Theo Bradshaw right now, a faultless race that he's had here. He's led it from the start and managed to take the lead going into the first corner, already extended around a second gap by the end of that first lap and has just pulled away from there. So the 43 of Theo Bradshaw will take away a couple of points to Ryan White in first position, but I think he's only going to take a 2-point gap away from what they already have. So 36 points will be the gap between Theo Bradshaw and Ryan White going into the final race of today. And on to the final lap he goes. Theo Bradshaw, this is pretty much just a parade lap for him.
Well, it should be. Hopefully he just sort of keeps his head and just, realises that all he's got to do is just bring it home, take the maximum points he could from this one. Don't overcook it, Theo. Just nice and steady. Do what you've been doing for the last half a dozen laps or so, and you've got this one in the bag. As Ryan White then just pushing on, trying to close the gap, but he's not going to do it. He's going to come home in second, and Ashley Haase is going to be thrilled with third. Absolutely thrilled. Ollie Thompson there, another LMM driver there, Lenny Messenger Motorsport, just losing out to Ed Spain, but then can he retake the position straight away? I'm sure he will. Yes, he will. Ed Spain coming in a bit hot to that hairpin, but he was never going to hang on to that one on the exit. Way too fast, way too hot to make that stick. As we ride on board then with Theo Bradshaw, Kai, bringing it home for a win in the Superheat.
Yep, just making a way through Sunny Bend there, using all the curb on the inside available to him. And around the final corner he goes, keeps the car under control. A smooth and race with dignity there from Theo Bradshaw. Crosses the line and he'll take the win in the third heat here. Ryan White, a brilliant race from him to finish in second position. But what about Ashley Haase? And Ed Spain takes it on the line. Ed Spain takes fourth position in the line. He won't know it, but that's important for the championship battle. That means that he has about one more position playing room between him and Ashley Haase going into the final race of today. Ollie Thompson will be kicking himself on the in-lap that he's lost that on the final corner. Oliver Newell will finish in sixth from Ralphie Branscombe, who's already won the 900 class championship, from Finlay Smith. Then we have Blair Smith, Esme Rosie and Tem from Charlie Stapleton, and Leyland McNeish crosses the line to round out the 12 driver grid here for Honda GX200s.
Yeah, super stuff, Kai. Really exciting. In the Hondas there, then we see the pictures now of the drivers just pulling off, going up into the scrutineering park firm area where they meet their mechanics and their mums and dads and the grown-ups that are with them. Put the cart back on the trolley, wheel it back to the awning, and it's either all smiles or all tears, depending on where you finish. But hopefully they've all enjoyed themselves. And full credit to our flag man here at Rowrah. I was loving the checkered flag guy, putting it out there with real gusto. Great to see all the way to the end there for the last few finishers, giving them the flag they deserve. Thanks to this flag man.
Honda GX200s, an interesting battle on the track and a couple of impacts on the championship order as well. But we'll take our attention away from that momentarily as Senior Rotax Superheat is coming up next. So onto the track goes Senior Rotax for their Superheat now. Starting on pole position, Jack Lilly is joined alongside by Tristan Rennie in second position on the front row. Then we have a look at Pearson Bullock Carter from Stephen Napier on the second row. Then it's going to be Alex Moody, Leo Purchase, Stephen Duncan from Charlie Pritchard. And then it's going to be Gavin Dewitt and Isaac Lord rounding out the fifth row. The sixth row is going to consist of Angus Scrivener and Aaron McKay, with on the seventh row being Philip Rawson and Thomas Wood. And then it's going to be Matthew Lambert and Callum Kinder. Behind them is going to be Oliver Duffel with Jay Pearson alongside him from Andrew Hughes and Zane Sealam. Then George Hunter and Ramarion Ubi rounding out the 16-row grid here for Senior Rotax. He'll be starting in 22nd position. So if you had a look at the starting grid there and you were paying attention, we're missing one big name. Where's Kai Hunter? Well, he's not here because he's already won the championship, so there's no point in him racing. He's going to have a nice weekend off. You'll be watching from home to see who's going to take the other positions in the championship, but he's already confidently taken it away at the front end. I think it's fair to say that it's been quite a dominant season for Kai Hunter. Definitely one of the best drivers in terms of developed racecraft that we've seen over the course of the season, and you cannot take anything away from him.
Yeah, no, you can't, Kai. A fantastic driver. And I tell you what, he's not having a weekend off. I think he's actually racing in Belgium this weekend.
Even better.
Yeah, he's over keeping his European campaign alive, as he has already wrapped up the UKC with us here at the last round. So Super Rotax boys then, a lot to play for, a lot's going on as they are just getting themselves in that race order coming around. As it stands right now then, Kai Hunter leading, or rather has won the championship. So Tristan Rennie, Pearson Bullock Carter and Phil Rawson are the ones that are fighting out for the podium as we just watch the race start here then, just rounding paddock bend slowly on this one. And we are just expecting to see Jack Lilly push off from the front. We're off and away and we are racing, Kai.
Yep, as we go diving down towards the first corner. A good start there from Jack Lilly as he leads the field away through the first chicane. Driver still battling for positions all the way through, as you can see, up bouncing all the way down. That looks like that might have been an issue there for Tristan Rennie down at the back of the field. The number 5 looks to not have the best of starts that he would have been hoping for. Down towards the second hairpin we go. Drivers alternating lines all the way through the field, tight and on the outside as well. We see a bit of a switch up. Sorry, no, that wasn't the number 5. That was the number 9 up at the front end. As we're having a look at Pearson Bullock Carter, he's managed to find himself in second position right now. He's had a good start breaking away from the field. But who is that down at the back end? Is that the number 8 down the rear end? We'll have to wait until the timing updates. It looks like it might actually be Thomas Wood, which hasn't had the start that he would have been hoping for. Started in 13th position, maybe lost a couple off the start line, but Jack Lilly still leads the way from Pearson Bullock Carter, who's managed to jump Tristan Rennie on the line.
So yeah, your top 3 then, Lilly, Bullock Carter and Tristan Rennie on your screen right now as Tristan Rennie just runs it wide, trying to just get the undercut done there, just keeping it on the track while the front 2 of Lilly and Bullock Carter just run wide, just using all of the exit. A different line again from Rennie through that one, as then we see the mid-pack drivers here looking like Napier, Moody, Purchase and Duncan all fighting away. Phil Rawson back in 8th at the moment, devastated, found himself DQ'd in Heat 3 yesterday. Obviously starting lower down the order today, going to be absolutely devastated without a great driver who we've seen great things from in the past. Obviously a huge kind of list of wins to his name from years gone by. So a little bit of a shame to see him get that DQ yesterday, but he's still going to be fighting hard all the way through to today. But your front 3 then, there's no change. Lilly from Bullock Carter, from Rennie then, as we just pick up pictures on screen of the 98. That is Mackay, that's Alistair Mackay there, mid-pack.
Yep, and to the outside there goes Tristan Rennie, going to try the ultimate, the different line there to Pearson Bullock Carter in second position, but Jack Lilly out in front right now, applying a lot of pressure to Philip Rawson's championship bid. Philip Rawson currently 4th in the championship, but only by 8 points. So if things stay the way that they are in this race right now, Jack Lilly will be taking that 4th position in the championship going into the final race of the day. Obviously anything can be switched up from there on, and talking about being switched up, I think we saw a move for second position on our cameras just on the exit. It looks like Tristan Rennie's managed to get himself into second position as he made the move through the center S's to get past Pearson Bullock-Carter down the inside. That's going to be a move there from 88. That might be one of the Cato Motorsport drivers of Alex Moody. So Alex Moody makes a move on Stephen Duncan there through the final corner. But we have a new top 3 standings as Jack Lilly from Tristan Rennie and Pearson Bullock-Carter. Philip Rawson has managed to gain 1 position, but it's not going to be enough to hold on to 4th.
Yeah, so we see a great move from Phil Rawson there, letting his class show, doing a great job to get himself up through the order there. And we're now just back out in front. Tristan Rennie then chasing down Jack Lilly at this point in time. Pearson Bullock-Carter now in 4th then. Number 19 of Napier, Stephen Napier, then chasing him down. There's a great battle going on there then for that 3rd place position. Look at this. We see Napier then try and get a move up the inside of Bullock-Carter, just feathering the steering wheel on what is a drying surface here, but still a very slippery surface at Rowrah. This is a great battle. I wouldn't want to be in Pearson Bullock-Carter's shoes right now. I'd rather be Stephen Napier. I'd like to be the hunter, not the hunted in this situation. This is a great battle that's unfolding then, currently for 3rd position on your screens. Number 75 being chased down by number 19. Number 19, Napier, just getting a little bit of a lock-up and a little bit of a sideways movement on the kart there. Pearson Bullock-Carter just keeping a clear head, glances backward to see the threat that's coming. As we see Napier try to put it up the inside, runs a tighter line and wags the finger as well. Wow, wow, a confident man.
Stephen Napier was proving to be the more dominant driver between the two of them for a couple laps to go there as he was catching onto the back of Pearson Bullock-Carter, manages to get the move done, and I'm sure he'll be planning on pulling away from the number 75 as well. Bullock-Carter doesn't need to worry too much about the drivers in behind though, as Alex Moody and Philip Rawson are quite a while behind. But Rawson has definitely got a move on. He's gaining a couple of positions. He now finds himself in 6th, challenging for 5th on the back of Moody, and Moody goes wide, which means that Philip Rawson's going to go up into 5th. Was there contact between the two of them, or was that just a mistake from Alex Moody? A contact warning goes out to Charlie Pritchard on that previous lap. So the number 26 has clearly done something that the stewards aren't quite happy with, as down the inside into the first hairpin there. That looks like that's going to be one of the drivers pointing to his helmet, asking to push forwards. That's Thomas Wood fighting his way back through the field. What drive he's had so far. He found himself down at the back of the field on the first lap, and now he's looking at 9th.
Yeah, he is, and it's the number 24 there of Stephen Duncan who's making his life a misery there, just pushing him on, off and away down the road. That's another great battle that's playing out. Good pictures here then as we see that. Thomas Wood then now just moving away from our man Stephen Duncan, as we then pick up the action here, just coming down through the S's. Where are we now then? Just picking up midfield. Got the 41 being chased down there. 41 is Angus Scrivener, so Isaac Lord is the driver that's putting the pressure on him at this point in time right now.
Yeah, 41 of Scrivener under quite a bit of pressure from Lord in behind. Scrivener currently in 12th position and Lord in 13th, trying to switch that around if things go his way. We're having a look at our top 2 drivers right now. Jack Lilly extended quite a little bit of a lead. 1.5 seconds is the gap that he currently has back to Tristan Rennie. So quite a bit of breathing room. He doesn't really need to worry about Rennie in behind. He just needs to focus on his driving and what he can do best. He currently has the fastest lap under his belt as well by 0.3 of a second over anyone else. So Jack Lilly looking strong out in these wet conditions, and if it stays wet for the finals later on, I think we might have a new victor.
Yeah, maybe. Seems to be making the best of the conditions in that little battle there. Doing really well out in front. That's the number 9 of Jack Lilly. He was sitting 5th coming into this one then, just ahead of this pre-final. So he's going to be looking to push himself up the standings, fighting for a podium position in the championship overall. Looking at the battle here then of the 41 and the 57. 41 Angus Scrivener now still with Isaac Lord all over the back of him in there. Isaac Lord having a little look up the inside. Could he do it? Don't think so. Very hard to get the inside line and make it stick on the exit in this wet track. All running a wider line here then, as we see, just moving their way. That's the second of the hairpins. Now off up to the top of the circuit, far away from where we are. Through to the S's, then the right-hander, then the S's, and then it's back down, off and away to the downhill that is St John's.
Yeah, as that was a great lap talk through there from you, Kev. Thank you so much for that. As through the S's, they go there towards St. John's. You can see in the background, Sunny Bend is the corner where they're hooking all the curb available to them and skimming the barrier pretty much every time they make their way through. But any advantage that they can get, as long as it's not danger, even if they're on the edge of it, there's nothing that these drivers need to worry about. Jack Lilly hooking all the curbs available to him. Tristan Rennie looking to be quicker of the two drivers right now. He's pulling down the gap a little bit lap by lap. 1.2 is now what separates Tristan Rennie and Jack Lilly. So 3 tenths has been taken away on that previous lap. Well, it was actually 2 tenths of a second, which has been taken away from Tristan Rennie on that previous lap. But with only 1 minute 30 remaining on the clock, Tristan Rennie's going to have quite a bit of work to do. He's definitely going to have to pick up the pace a little bit more if he wants to try and catch on to Jack Lilly before the end of the race.
Yeah, with only 1 minute 20 seconds to go, he's got to work hard to just close that gap. 1.5 as it stands right now, as you can see on the timing screens. We re-pick up the action here midfield then. Looking at who we've got there. Oliver Duffel, number 31, chasing down number 17, which is Leo Purchase. Interestingly, a lap or two ago, Isaac Lord, 57, got a contact warning. That battle between Lord and Scrivener was playing out. Obviously, he was just pushing the boundaries a little bit too much there, was Isaac Lord. As we now rejoin the action here, then midfield, Guy Cunnington Racing drivers. Look at this, number 31, trying to put it up the inside, but then running wide. But he does get it, he does make it stick. Good work, Oliver Duffel. Loving that there. Then that was Leo Purchase who was losing out to Oliver Duffel there. And then we have our man, Mr. Wood, Thomas Wood, number 8, just in the back of that picture.
Yeah, Thomas Wood for ST Racing trying to follow in behind the 2 Guy Cunnington Racing drivers as they make their way down towards St. John's and through Sunny Bend, drifting out wide. That's Alex Moody. We saw him have a bit of a moment earlier on in this race as he's going toe-to-toe, rubbing wheels. Robin is racing, as they say, and it seems to be the way right now as Alex Moody is fighting for his life with Charlie Pritchard right now. He's squeezed onto the curb, runs a little bit wide, and Moody's going to lose out on 2 as Charlie Pritchard and Angus Scrivener managed to squeeze through on that final quarter. I'm sure Moody won't be quite happy with what just happened there, but Charlie Pritchard manages to get the move done, diving down the inside. A bonsai move there from Alex Moody. Manages to get one done and seems to shake his fist in anger and load into the hairpin there as Charlie Pritchard pushes him under braking. They're now 3 wide as they go down the straight. Alex Moody's not happy, but they're still racing. Charlie Pritchard rubbing wheels with him as they go down the back straight. And oh, they're both into the wall. They're both into the wall. It looks like Charlie Pritchard going for a move that he wouldn't be happy with. Stern words being exchanged between the two of them. Alex Moody has every right to not be happy with the situation which has just taken place, but Charlie Pritchard is not going to walk away from that one, and neither is Alex Moody as well. Waving hands there is the 53. It's all kicking off on this final lap here. Callum Kinder, after rubbing wheels, shaking his head. He's not happy with what just happened, and drivers going off left and right, and contact happening at every place on the circuit. The drivers walk away from the incident in opposite directions. I would not have wanted to be involved in that one.
Yeah, no, that was building, wasn't it? That was taking place from a few corners back, a lap or two previous. There's obviously been a little bit of a niggle between the two of them there in the earlier part of that race, and I think unfortunately that was almost inevitable that we're going to see Pritchard and Moody both well, it was never going to end well, that one, was it? But back out in front, Jack Lilly then, the number 9, senior Rotax finish. Jack Lilly with the win. Tristan Rennie rather, taking second place. And then Stephen Napier, the 19 of Stephen Napier gets third, and Pearson Bullock Carter gets 4. Phil Rawson consolidates a 5th as we then look at Oliver Duffel, who's brought it home in 6th. Thomas Wood then in 8th as it stands at this point in time, I think, crossing the line. And then we have 9 of Scrivener and 10 of Isaac Lord, I think. Just waiting for the graphics to update, reading it as it is, but I think that's the way it's ended up there, Kite.
Yep, Jack Lilly's managed to take the win there from Tristan Rennie in second position. Stephen Napier comes home in third, from Pearson Bullock Carter and Philip Rawson finishing in 5th position in the end. Oliver Duffel, Thomas Wood, Stephen Duncan, Angus Scrivener and Isaac Lord round out the provisional results of the top 10 there for senior Rotax. but fireworks and misery there in the senior Rotax. Maybe a couple grudges will be moving forwards going into the finals, but definitely going to be interesting watching this class go forwards later on. We're going to cut to a quick ad break soon, and we're then going to be quick back with the action as senior Rotax make their way into the pit lane now.
Want to get on the road as quick as possible? Pass in as little as 3 months with PassMeFast, the UK's leading intensive driving course specialists. A PassMeFast course is the fast and hassle-free way of getting your license. Plus, our 100% money-back guarantee means it's all risk-free. This isn't your average driving course. We've revolutionised how Britain learns to drive with our fast-track test system, modern learning methods and flexible monthly payment options. Plus, you can track your progress and manage your course anywhere, anytime with our industry-leading student portal. Take the faster route to driving. Book today at passmefast.co.uk.
And so we move away from the senior Rotax drama and now change our attention to the mini Inter Superheat. Charlie Verily and Thomas Hill will be taking us away from the front row of the grid. Then it's going to be Hansing Khan and Stanley Clark on the second row, from Charlie Wolfett and Jack Collinson, with Harrison Arley and Oliver White on the fourth row. Fifth row will consist of Bailey Wolf and Jake Gruffity. Then on the sixth row of the grid, we're going to have Mitsana Jane. Then it's going to be Daniel Minto with Louis Radcliffe and Zach McKayen behind them, with Alex Goodson and Isabella Stanswell Wilson on the eighth row. Ninth row will consist of Elliot Surtees and Mason Webster, from Riley Sims Zezard and Jack Cordingley. Oliver Meek will round out the 11 row grid in 21st position. The number 67 will take it away from the back of the grid after, I think it's fair to say, a day of racing yesterday that he would not have been hoping for, and a day of racing to forget. Obviously, Jacob Ashcroft has already taken away the victory in the Mini Inter class here. He's not here at this round, and you can't blame him for it. He'll be relaxing. Maybe he's out somewhere racing as well, as he'll be taking his talents elsewhere. But taking his talents to the Ultimate Karting Championship he has this season, and already walks away with the title after a dominant season in the Mini Inter class.
Yeah, so well done to Jacob Ashcroft, also away racing in Belgium this weekend. Pictures on screen that we were just seeing there was Hasnain Khan and Charlie Very. And now we see a nice big full headshot of Thomas Hill, number 66, with his new helmet livery. Recently done for him there, a fantastic custom paint job on the number 66 of Thomas Hill. Jacob Ashcroft then, as you quite rightly say, Kai has wrapped up the championship already. Charlie Wolfett is looking to maintain the runner-up position, the 195 of Wolfett in the background, that picture there. Number 18 then, Hasnain Khan is who we're seeing right now. But yeah, Wolfett looking to get himself the runner-up spot in Mini Inters in the championship overall. Thomas Hill is going to be chasing him, currently sitting in 3rd place on the championship overall podium. He'll be seeing if he can go one better though and maybe beat Wolfett. Dan Minto then, he's another driver to keep your eyes peeled for. 228 of Dan Minto, 4th in the championship, coming into it this morning. Charlie Very, by the way, of ST Racing, he's 5th coming into it. Stanley Clark, keep your eyes on Stanley Clark, the number 51 Sam Pollitt Racing driver. Fantastically consistent racer, been with us all season, done every round, has yet to put himself on the podium. Will today be the day that Stanley does it? And full credit to Stanley as well, by the way. I did a little interview with him yesterday in Sam Pollitt Racing's awning ahead of the highlights programme, which will be on Free Sports TV in about 2 or 3 weeks' time. And full credit to Stanley Clark. It was a masterclass in how to do a racing driver interview. So well done to you, Stanley. He has got his media credentials and his media training dialed in already, so I'm sure that youngster will go far. So well done to you, sir. As we're just waiting for them. Wet tyres, we can see. Wets on all of them, but we are looking at a situation where it's not raining and the track is drying. So I'm sure the wet tyres are the right call. The pressure's just being sorted there by Charlie Wolfett's dad. It's all about tyre pressures as well as tyre choice, of course, as we look through to the back of that dummy grid area there here at Rowrah, the number 55. Who are we looking at there? Number 55. Can't quite see who that is in the back.
Yeah, number 55 on the grid there. That looks like that may be a Maya Thompson down the field. The Maya Thompson currently sitting further down in the championship, only taken place in 2 rounds so far. Thompson is in 39th position, but you were talking about the drivers being on wets and the track still drying. Track is in a drying state, but you can still kind of see a glossy glaze on the surface of the track right now, so that indicates that the track isn't ready for those slick tires just yet, and the standing water is still going to be prevalent around the remainder of the circuit, especially down the south end as well, down towards the center S's. That's where it's going to be dangerous for the drivers if they were on those slick tires. But wet tires they are, and they're ready for racing. Out onto the track, our Mini Inter drivers now go. They'll warm up their tires, get themselves ready for the start of the race, and I'm sure provide us with some brilliant action once again.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. I'm really looking forward to this Mini Inter race. There's a lot of talent in this class, and it's certainly going to be an exciting one for us to watch ahead of the last super final of the season then, which is coming up this afternoon. Onboard pictures there, full screen pictures of 195 Charlie Wolfett, Synergy Racing driver, currently in the runner-up spot in the championship overall. Going to have to work hard to hold on to it. Again, I'm not going to challenge myself to do some on-air maths. Thomas Hill is the man chasing him. I'm not even going to attempt to try and work out whether Thomas can actually chase Charlie Wolfett at this point in time, but we'll start to try to do some of that maths for you a little bit later on this afternoon ahead of the super final.
Yeah, 65 points is what separates Charlie Wolfett and Thomas Hill right now. For that gap to change between them, for Thomas Hill to beat Charlie Wolfett would have to retire from both the Superheats and the final, and Thomas Hill would have to win the final and finish in 4th position in this race, or either or as well. One driver looking to have a spin-off on the formation lap. That was the 228. That's Daniel Minto. That's not the start that you want after we've just been talking about him being 4th in the championship. He's been looking good this season. He has a 30-point gap back to Charlie Very, so not much that he really needs to worry about. One thing to note is the Mini Inter Championship. Up at the front end, there's quite a large gap between each driver, which means that things aren't likely to change. But as we've seen in Senior Rotax just previously, anything can happen in the races. There can be disaster, even on the last lap of the races. So we need to keep an open mind. If a position is able to change, chances are there is a likelihood of it.
Yeah, I think if something is going to happen, well, then it absolutely could in conditions like this when it's all on the line. It's sort of like go big or go home weekend, isn't it, really? And when the weather is as it is and the track is as it is, it's going to be tricky for all of them. So we watch them just come round in formation then, getting ready ahead of the start then. And we can see on the front row of the grid, Thomas Hill, and then that man, Charlie Wolfett, the 195. There's our front two drivers there. Just getting themselves, looking out the right-hand window, live scenes here as they're rounding the corner, Kai. Going to be an exciting start. Do you think they're going to get off and away first time?
Well, we've had quite a good track record with drivers getting away the first time round. It looks like it may happen this time as well. We don't see the flag, we don't see that yellow chevron, which means we'll go racing 3 wide in the first chicane. That's brave from the front of the field. Everyone just about keeping it in order. Thomas Hill falling down the field there as he loses a couple of positions on the first couple of corners as they go through the first hairpin now and down towards the second hairpin as well. Who's that out in front right now? That's the number 18. That's a great start that Hussein Khan has had as he's hit the front as bouncing through the second hairpin. One driver already off, one driver following into the back, and that's Hussein Khan. Hussein Khan, who was leading through the first hairpin, going towards the second hairpin, obviously went a little bit deep under braking and finds himself beached in the barking trap on the second hairpin now. So he's down towards the back of the field. It all switches up in the split second, the click of a finger, and he's now went from first to last in the field right now. That's such a shame there for Hussein Khan. But back up at the front of the field, down the inside, going for that tight line does Charlie Wolfett, and it works out for him very well. That's a brave move there to send an absolute banzai of a move down the inside. Dive bombs for the lead on Stanley Clark, and it manages to work, so you can't take it away from him.
No, you can't. Fair play to Charlie Wolfett there. He was actually starting, I think, on about the third or fourth row of the grid. It was Charlie Very who was up on the front row of the grid with Thomas Hill. So well done to Charlie Wolfett, making his way up to the front already in the opening couple of laps. That man, Stanley Clark, who I was talking about before the head of this one, number 51, Sam Pollitt Racing driver, then now finds himself in second. Charlie Very then currently in third, the number 73. They're all feeling their way and finding their way on difficult conditions here this morning at Rowrah. We've got a driver just slipping and sliding, drifting wide. Who is that? It's the number 13 on the Sodi kart. Someone lower down the order there. Can't quite see. That's Bailey Wolf slipping and sliding in the background there. Manages to keep the kart going though. So her race is still very much alive. But out front, Wolfett, Clark and Very then, your top three in this one. 7 minutes 50 on the clock. A long way to go in this Superheat for the Mini Inters this morning.
Yeah, that may have not been Bailey Wolf's finest moment, but she did a great job to maintain the traction of that car and not lose the rear end and spin out, because as soon as that rear drops on the bark trap, it instantly pulls the car to try and rotate round. But we're having a look at a battle right now as the 51, the 73, Stanley Clark and Charlie Very both going at it, and they're both fighting for the same part of the track. They very nearly make contact, but some great respect between those two drivers manages to keep it out of the wall and keep themselves from drifting into each other as well. So Charlie Very now finds himself in second position, and if you were paying attention on the exit of the corner there, Stanley Clark pointed to his helmet and pointed forwards when Charlie Very was looking behind, obviously signalling that those two drivers should work together, try and push together to catch on to the back of Charlie Wolfett, as them two battling is just going to lose them even more time.
Yeah, it is. That was a great move from Charlie Very there on Stanley Clark. Stanley Clark was just trying to push him wide, just in the hairpin, just nudging him out a little bit wide, but then it was no good because Charlie Very managed to just get past him before they were off and away up to the S's. So great clean racing from both of those two. Well done to you both. While that's going on, of course, it means that out in front, Charlie Wolfett now has a gap of 1.6 seconds. I think when the next time they come by the start-finish line, that gap will have increased. Watching a move there, that looks like the number, what is that? We've got the number 55 with a great move. So there we are then, a good move from the 55. Look at this, that hairpin is causing so much excitement. it's all going on for those couple of hairpins.
Yeah, the first hairpin seems to be one of the main overtaking zones. So does the second. But talking about the center S's now, that's a good move down the inside from Daniel Minto, who we saw recovering the car on the formation lap. He now gets himself right back into the action and battling for positions. Down the inside, he makes another one. Daniel Minto is on fire right now. Gets one move done and goes instantly for another. You cannot blame him as he's fighting his way back through the field to try and gain the time that he lost earlier on, and he's managing to do so very well. It looks like we saw Hansaid Ali also going for the move on what was Wolf. So Wolf falls back into a position as Ali gets himself up into 10th position. And this mid-pack, normally you'd be focusing on the front pack, but there's so much going on between this mid-pack. Talking about so much going on, another move down the inside between teammates this time. The number 88 of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson manages to make the move on her teammate of Louis Radcliffe as we make our way down towards the centre S's. Can we have one tranquil corner where drivers aren't battling for positions? But never mind, we do, as down the inside, Bailey Wolf manages to get the position back on Harris Ali, as Harris Ali falls now down into the clutches of the 65 of Oliver White, and one driver spinning off in the background.
Yeah, I couldn't quite see who that one is, but just in the mid-pack here, all these battles are going on. Fantastic. Sam Pollitt racing. Or was it Louis Radcliffe, I think, was just going off in the background there. As they're 3 wide coming across the line in this picture. It's Hunter Motorsport from what looks like Sam Pollitt racing, number 88. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, 65 then. We're looking at is Oliver White. And then just who's ahead of that group there? It's Hasnain Ali again, isn't it? So, or rather Harris Ali, I apologise, number 76 there. What a battle this is. Look at this. Look at this one there, number 65 going up the inside, making the move. Ooh. And then straight into the park and into the tyres. That's White, that's Oliver White, just was so focused on trying to get ahead of the driver in front of him, just completely missed the corner, just missed time to turn and was straight into the barriers.
Yeah, just a little bit of late braking there from White, and he finds himself now in a detrimental impact for position as he's now in the wall on the exit of the second hairpin. That'll be hard to recover that car as well with all the action that's going on the circuit right now. 3 minutes and 40 remaining on the clock. More than half the race has already been completed, and it's all starting to calm down a little bit now as drivers are extending gaps between each of them. We'll have an update on the championship order. Charlie Wolfett, who is second in the championship right now behind Jacob Ashcroft, he's not going to be able to take away the championship win, but he will be able to secure himself second position if he keeps up these results that he's putting down on the table.
Yeah, he's done really well in this race, starting, not on the front row of the grid at all. He was sort of, I didn't see the start order exactly ahead of this, but I think he was on row 3 or row 4, and he made his way up to the front of the pack in the early stages, and that's where he stayed. And Charlie Very of ST Racing also has some clean road ahead of him then to try and chase Charlie Wolfett down, but these two drivers are kind of just doing their own thing out in front, because then Very back to Clark, Stanley Clark in third place, 5-second gap back to Stanley Clark then of Sam Pollitt Racing. So out front they seem to sort of like have it fairly comfortable. Thomas Hill then running in fourth. I'm not sure at this point in time whether Thomas is locked into too many battles for fourth. We'll get a still look on the picture when he comes by. No, he's got a bit of clear road around him as well, does Thomas Hill. So all of the tighter battles seem to be lower down the order in this one. They seem to have strung themselves out a little bit out front.
Yep, and it's all still spicing up in the mid-pack right now. We're having a look at the 161 going for the tight line. That's McKay trying to go around the outside, not managing to make it do, but Goodson goes down the inside and looking to make the move work. Alex Goodson still fighting for that position, but it just looks like Zach McKay was able to get the better drive out the corner, but not anymore into the center S's. And the number 26, Alex Goodson, has a great bid on the inside line and now gets himself in front of the 161. So Alex Goodson promotes himself up at a 6th position, and Mittanj Jain is now brought into the battle as well. The number 55 fighting through the field, but actually lost out in a position there to the fast charging Once again, if you were to guess who's made a move, it's Daniel Minto.
Yeah, so the 228 of Daniel Minto starting to show his class in this mid-pack battle here. His next target down the road ahead of him is the 161. That's Zach Mackay there. Can Dan Minto get up on Zach Mackay? Alex Goodson showed us some great driving skill through the middle of that battle, and now look at the gap he's extending. Off and away down the road, says Alex Goodson of Hunter Motorsport. You're doing well there, fella. Keep that up. As we just get a nice close picture there of the 228 of that man, Dan Minto. He's all over the back of the 161. Look, he's going to put it up the inside. Will he make the move stick?
Oh.
Not quite. There's a little bit of a clip of a wheel there. Yeah, I think sort of strong racing, but fair racing in that one, and he's off and away. 161, don't forget that's our man, Zach Mackay. He's going to be a little bit disappointed with that, but I think, you know, when it's all said and done, that was firm but fair racing for me.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the stewards perceive that, because I can see it going either way. I could be seen as contact to gain an unfair advantage, or it could just seen as a racing incident as both drivers were fighting for the same part of the track. But out in front, the 195 of Charlie Wolfett, why is he still pushing at this point? 1.8 seconds is the gap that he has. He doesn't even need to worry about the pace that he's putting down on the circuit. But talking about worrying about his pace, 59.0 was the time that he put down on the circuit last time round, 4 tenths quicker than anyone else.
Yeah, he's doing really well out front, is Charlie Wolfett, as we just watched the clock run down. Look at him overtaking back markers. Contact, though. Contact warning, 228. So Charlie Wolfett's had a contact warning. Not quite sure who that would have been with. Oh, Dan Minto, I apologise. 228 is Dan Minto. Of course it is. So that is the contact warning that we then saw up the top end of the circuit. So, yeah, firm but fair racing, but a contact warning is what he's got himself there. As we ride on board with 73 of Charlie Very. Currently sitting in second place at the moment. Stanley Clark then still in third. So we've got the 195 on our screen then of Charlie Wolfett out in front, off and away on the final lap. He's not going to be troubled. And then just looking behind him then, that's a back marker, isn't it? Because then the next man down the road behind him is Charlie Very. So there's a back marker between Wolfett and Very.
Yep, Charlie Wolfett from start to finish has been untouchable in this race. Extends his lead for second position. He'll take the flag, but we'll focus on this battle going down towards the line. Alex Goodson and Daniel Minto will battle it out to the flag. We'll watch Charlie Wolfett round the final corner, but who's it going to be that's going to take it for sixth position? Across the line there goes Charlie Very and Clark. If we have a look a little bit further back, that was a couple more drivers. That looks like Goodson and Minto. Minto's managed to get it. Minto's managed to get the move done through the Center S's and through the St. John's complex. So Daniel Minto looking like he will cross the line in sixth position. A great recovery drive from him. Fell down to the back of the pack early on in the race. Manages to fight his way through it back through to sixth position. But Charlie Wolfett, an outstanding race from him. Untouchable all race, as I mentioned. He'll take the victory with him. Charlie Very will finish in second position, from Stanley Clark, Thomas Hill, Jack Collinson, and Daniel Minto. Driver of the race for me will finish in sixth position.
Well, there we go. Really exciting stuff, Kai. Mini Inter Superheat, the final one of the year. It's all said and done. It's wrapped up. Charlie Wolfett just showing that he is, you know, right up there, deserves to be in that runner-up spot in the championship as it stands right now. Missing out to Jacob Ashcroft in the overalls, but looking like he's secured himself with that runner-up spot with a great drive there in the Superheat. Just got to go and do it again now in the Super Final this afternoon.
Yeah, Charlie Wolfett proving why he's within the top 3 of the championship standings right now, putting out dominant performances like that. He really proves why he should be up there and second position in the championship right now. He's got to be proud of that one. But with Mini Inter out the way, we move on to our final Superheat of the day before our lunch break. Micro Max Superheat is going to be up next. So a great start there, with all of the drivers now making their way around the circuit and will be doing their warm-up lap to warm up their tyres. They'll go around once more, as we will have 2 formation laps, as there's plenty of time for the drivers to get themselves ready for the start of the race. Micromax here being the second youngest class which will be taking to the field. Obviously the youngest being the Honda GX200 drivers, but Micromax, they may be young in terms of their age, but they're very mature in terms of their racecraft and always provide some brilliant action for us. In terms of the Micromax Championship, it's interesting all the way through, as multiple drivers are fighting for higher positions in the championship right now. And talking about fighting for higher positions than championship, Kian Bernard is challenging for that championship lead. There is currently going to be 23 points separating Edward Haynes and Kian Bernard. So it's going to take a lot if Kian Bernard is going to want to win this championship. Edward Haynes would have to have a shocker of a superheat and a final, but it is possible, and we've seen it happen before. So Kian Bernard is going to have to be on his A game if he wants any opportunity of the championship title here in the PassMeFast Ultimate Karting Championship. Emerson McAndrew-Urin currently sitting in 3rd position. Didn't have a race he would have been hoping for yesterday. He was fighting up at the front end in the 3rd heat, spun out, and that put him down to last. So that would be detrimental for his championship fight. He still manages to hold on to 3rd position for the time being, though. It's the drivers round the final corner, and down the home straight we go racing. A little bit of a broken up start there. Some people may say that they weren't all in formation, but either way we go through the first chicane and fight side by side as we now go down towards the first hairpin for the first time in this race. Number 16 going all the way around the outside of the 22. So Riley Mura losing out to Austin Oman, who manages to get the move done in the first hairpin. Through the second hairpin we go. The number 44 just about holding off from the 46, though. Theo Bradshaw just about keeping in front of Edward Haynes right now. But Edward Haynes still challenging for that second position on the road right now. Theo Bradshaw not looking to give it up, though. A good exit off the corner means that Otis Cleary was able to challenge Emerson McAndrew-Urin, but McAndrew-Urin looks like he just had enough momentum to keep himself in front. To the 44, still fighting his way through right now, and so is the 46. That's Theo Bradshaw and Edward Haynes. We were talking about their battle just a few moments ago. Kian Bernard, though, manages to extend himself a 7/10 lead already as he pulls away from the rest of the pack and tries to assert his dominance over the rest of the field. A great race right now going on here in the Micromax Superheat. Just one lap has already been completed and already quite a few switch-ups in position. Kian Bernard managed to go from second on the grid to first. So did Theo Bradshaw go from 3rd to 2nd. But Edward Haynes, who started on pole position, finds himself down in 3rd, but he's still challenging for 2nd. If you look in the background, that was Riley Muro making a move on Austin Oman, just in behind Haynes and Bradshaw. Having a look to the inside there, Muro was thinking about making the move on Haynes after he's just made the move on Oman. So Muro trying to use the momentum that he's just gained off the back of the overtake to try and get the move done on Edward Haynes, but he wasn't able to do so through the St. John's and Sunny Bend complex. Down the home straight, up into the first chicane. Kian Bernard doing a great job out in front, pulling away. 1.2 seconds is the gap that he already has over the rest of the field. Emerson McAndrew-Urin, the 333, currently in 6th position right now, picks up the fastest lap of the race on that previous tour of the circuit. 59.021 was the time that he was able to put down on the timing tables. You can see him there fighting for position, and I think he managed to pick one up. Yes, he has, but can he get a second? He'll definitely try for it, and he will get it. Emerson McAndrew, you're in a great move there as he makes his way down the inside and gets himself past Austin Oman and now past Riley Muro as well. So the 333 of McAndrew Urin now finds himself in 4th position as he's trying to catch on to the back of Edward Haynes in front of him. Actually, no, has McAndrew Urin got Haynes as well? Yes, he has. So McAndrew Urin storming through the field right now. He finds himself in 3rd position trying to catch on to the back of Theo Bradshaw. So through the first hairpin we go now. McAndrew Urin has already caught on to the back of the 44 of Bradshaw, and he's looking to get the move done as quickly as possible. It's not as if he's got a tyre advantage. This is just pure pace that McAndrew Urin's putting down on the circuit, and he's looking to be the quickest driver and the most dominant driver on the circuit right now. Theo Bradshaw surely trembling in his car right now, worried about Emerson McAndrew Urin in behind him. I can tell you, if I was in the 44's boots right now, I would be in the same situation. Emerson McAndrew Urin looking unfazed right now in behind in 3rd position right now. Will he go for the move into the final corner? We've seen it before, but he doesn't try it this time round. He'll round the final corner, go down the home straight. Up into the first chicane they go. Emerson McAndrew Urin pushing Theo Bradshaw through the corner. Will they try and work together, or will McAndrew Urin go on a rogue mission? He's looking for the second of those 2 options. He goes down the inside, also puts Theo Bradshaw's place at jeopardy as well. So Bradshaw drops down into 3rd position right now, but here comes the other 2, and with them 2 battling, McAndrew Urin and Theo Bradshaw lose out on positions to Riley Muro and Ed Haynes. So Haynes and Muro managed to get through with that second hairpin. Too much messing around from the 333 and the 44. Lose them both out on multiple positions. Theo Bradshaw having the worst lap possible available to him. Emerson McAndrew Urin goes down the inside of Ed Haynes, but he still has to make the move on Riley Muro, the number 22 in front, if he wants to get himself back into the original position that he just was. 3.6 seconds with all of this going on, with all of the battling going on right now. Kian Bernard extending his lead to 3.6 seconds. A huge advantage that he has over the rest of the field, and a pace advantage that Emerson McAndrew Urin is carrying in his back pocket. He makes his way past Riley Muro in the first hairpin there. Tap on the helmet. That's a signal to Riley Muro to say, let's work together, let's push away and try and catch on to the back of our leading driver of Kian Bernard. But a 3.6 second advantage in 4 minutes 20 is going to be difficult to pull down. But if any driver's going to do it, I can tell you it's going to be Emerson McAndrew Urin, as he's clearly proving to be one of the fastest drivers on the track right now, apart from Kian Bernard, who's in the lead right now. As they go out of Sunny Bend, McAndrew Urin already breaking away from the 2 drivers in behind him. Riley Muro and Ed Haynes just not able to compare with the pace that's being put down on the circuit by our driver in 2nd position right now. And Emerson McAndrew Urin 0.2 of a second quicker than Kian Bernard on that previous lap. Sorry, he wasn't 0.2 of a second quicker. He was 1.2 seconds quicker than Kian Bernard on that last lap. Kian Bernard set at 58.479. Emerson McAndrew Urin at 57.251. Amazing pace that Emerson McAndrew Urin has managed to find. Obviously finding some sort of secret on the circuit, which none of the other drivers are able to now. As they go through St. John's and Sunny Bend, Emerson McAndrew Urin, that kart looks planted as anything. A smooth operator, you could say that he is right now, as they go around the final corner and down the straight once again. A signal there from Edward Haynes' mechanic to make the move on Riley Muro, as Muro, his teammate, is just in front. Sorry, Muro is not a teammate. Muro is racing for SPR, and down the inside, tries to follow the orders of the team, does Edward Haynes. Not able to get the move done in the first hairpin. Will he try again in the second? He looks to the inside but isn't able to get it done this time round. Don't worry about it, he still has a couple minutes to get it done, as battling in the background as well. We're having a look at the 44, 16 and 88. That's going to be Theo Bradshaw, Otis Cleary and Austin Oman. So on this lap, Theo Bradshaw has managed to make his way past Austin Oman. Oman trying to keep within this sandwich right now, trying to keep his position as well, not lose out on another one to Otis Cleary. That would be the worst situation possible, but Cleary tries on the inside through Sunny Bend. Did he manage to get it done? No, he didn't. Haynes gets that signal to make the overtake once again. That was the gaggle, which we just seen going through the St. John's and Sunnybank complex, making their way through the first chicane right now. A little bit of breakup has happened between the three of them, as Theo Bradshaw, Austin Oman and Otis Cleary are still going toe and tail. Edward Haynes getting ever so closer, lap by lap, just waiting for his opportunity, just waiting for the chance to go down the inside. But oh my word, what was once a 3.6 second gap is now just 2 kart lengths, which separates Kian Bernard and Emerson McAndrew-Urin. McAndrew-Urin proving he's the most dominant driver in the field right now, and he's looking vicious out there in these damp conditions. McAndrew-Urin in a world of his own in terms of the pace that he's putting down on the circuit right now, because Kian Bernard is not able to compete. He looks to his right, and what does he see? Emerson McAndrew-Urin's in the lead. The 333 has managed to claw it back after an awful start there for Emerson McAndrew-Urin. He now finds himself out in front and pushing away as well. Kian Bernard will be bewildered by the situation which he now finds himself in second position. Surely he would have thought that he had that race in his own hands with a 3.6 second gap. It looked like it would have been impossible for anyone to catch him, but Emerson McAndrew-Urin, beyond the odds, manages to get himself into the lead of the race, looks over his shoulder, already sees that he's pulled some breathing room to Kian Bernard, and he will not have to worry about anyone for the remainder of this race. They make their way through Sunny Bend and down towards Paddock Bend. Emerson McAndrew-Urin, now this is just a victory dance for the remainder of this race. What's the gap that separates them? It's already nearly half a second. Emerson McAndrew-Urin, take a bow. The pace that you're putting down on this circuit is immense right now. A warning flag just went out to the number 88 of Otis Cleary, so we were watching that battle between Bradshaw, Oman and Cleary. And Cleary obviously done something that the stewards aren't quite happy with. He picks himself up a warning and now has to walk away with the consequences as well. Kian Bernard has a double check over his shoulder, make sure that no one else is coming for his positions, and he's just about looking to be fine for the remainder of the race. 4.3 seconds is the gap that separates Emerson McAndrew-Urin and Edward Haynes. It will be 3.9 seconds, which separates Bernard and Haynes. The penultimate lap of this race is now coming to a close. The last lap board is shown and it will be flashed to the drivers as they cross the line right now. Head down on the steering wheel from Kian Bernard. It's now or never if he wants to take this victory. Emerson McAndrew-Urin, do you think your pace is good? It's not anymore, says Kian Bernard. 56.0 is the time that he was able to set on that previous lap, a new fastest lap of this race. McAndrew-Urin checks over his shoulder. He'll be thinking, how is Bernard able to pick up this pace all of a sudden? And none of us will know. But will Bernard be able to challenge for the lead? He has a long check over his shoulder. He sees that he's clear of the rest of the pack, but will he be able to get himself back into the lead of this race with corner by corner closing out as he's now all over the back of McAndrew-Urin? He's going to pull out. Will he be able to get the move down into St. John's? Covering on the inside goes McAndrew-Urin. Trying the long way round, maybe through Sunny Bend. It's not looking optimal for Kian Bernard as corners are running out. Just one more to go. He's going to go wide, try the switch back. Will he be able to work? Well defended and well covered by McAndrew-Urin. They'll take it to the line, but McAndrew-Urin just about walks away with it. Oh my word, an eventful race to say the least there for Micro Max. Kian Bernard must have thought that he was set for the remainder of the race after a first couple of laps, but he was not at all. Emerson McAndrew-Urin came with a vengeance and managed to get himself into the race lead. Kian Bernard took that personal though and wanted to fight it to the line, but some great defensive lines and great defensive strategies from McAndrew-Urin. He just manages to cover it off through the final corner, but only 1/10 of a second separated the two of them. McAndrew-Urin just marginally takes the victory over Kian Bernard in second, who had the fastest lap of the race. Edward Haynes will walk away in third position with Riley Muro in fourth. Theo Bradshaw managed to stay in front of Austin Oman and Otis Cleary for fifth position. Obviously them finishing sixth and seventh. Sebastian Lush will come home in eighth from Drew Davidson in ninth. Then it's going to be Stanley Stamford, Dean Singe Pahal and Harry Radcliffe rounding out the 12 driver grid here for Micromax. One of the smallest grids that we have here for the Ultimate Karting Championship. But what they lack in drivers, they pack in power and action as well. Probably maybe one of the best races that we've seen so far today, but they're going to take it on to the finals later on. That's going to be it for the racing here this morning. The Superheats are all out the way, and we're now ready for some food, and we're ready for some more action as well. We're going to go into a quick lunch break, then we'll be back at approximately 12:25 for the Junior Rotax Super Final.
Want to get on the road as quick as possible? Pass in as little as 3 months with PassMeFast, the UK's leading intensive driving course specialists. A PassMeFast course is the fast and hassle-free way of getting your licence. Plus, our 100% money-back guarantee means it's all risk-free. This isn't your average driving course. We've revolutionised how Britain learns to drive with our fast-track test system, modern learning methods and flexible monthly payment options. Plus, you can track your progress and manage your course anywhere, anytime with our industry-leading student portal. Take the faster route to driving. Book today at passmefast.co.uk.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to the live coverage of the final round of the 2023 PassMeFast Ultimate Karting Championship. We have 5 super finals to bring you this afternoon, and after this morning's Superheats, it looks like we are set for some great racing where a lot is on the line for these youngsters. I'm Kev Harris and I'll be doing the pickup winners interviews just across the way over there, and in your commentary box you've got Kai Bagini, who'll be looking after the play-by-plays as it all kind of evolves and plays out this afternoon. It's going to be a great afternoon. We've only got 2 classes then where the overall championship has been decided. That is in Mini Inter, of course. Jacob Ashcroft has got that one wrapped up, but then that's all about Charlie Wolfitt going for the runner-up spot and whether or not Thomas Hill can catch him. In Senior Rotax, Kai Hunter has it wrapped up already, so well done to him. But then behind him, who's going to take that runner-up spot? Pearson Bullock Carter, Tristan Rennie, or has Phil Rawson got a hope left this afternoon? He might do. Came into the weekend in a strong position, but we're not quite sure whether that's still there after a difficult weekend for him. Then we look at Micromax. Edward Hay looks like he's got it wrapped up. I haven't done the maths fully yet on that one, but I think he still has to go out for the final, but he's going to be chased hard by the likes of Kian Bernard and Emerson McAndrew Uren. They'll be fighting for podium positions as well. And then lastly, in the Honda Cadets, Ryan White looks like he's leading the way on that one. The championship, he has one hand on that trophy already, but behind him will young Theo Bradshaw chase him down and rain on his parade. In the 900s, by the way, in the Hondas, Ralphie Branscombe already also has that wrapped up. So a lot is on the line, and Junior Rotax, let's not forget Junior Rotax, that one then still to go as well. At the front there in Junior Rotax, we've got Jack Hobson and Ollie Stevens fighting out, but behind those guys as well, there's an awful lot of other youngsters who will be looking to push hard and get themselves on the podium and put their name in the lights in the final round of the year here from Rowrah. Right, without further ado, the sun is coming out. Let's go racing.
Well, here we are, final round of the championship, and everything is up for grabs. Only 3 classes where everything has been sorted out, but we started off with one where it hasn't. Junior Rotax. Jack Hobson will be starting from pole position. Freddie Ingram will start alongside him. Then second row of the grid, we've got Lewis Goff and Ollie Stevens, who is challenging for that championship title. Currently in the lead of the championship is Ollie Stevens. Then we got Alexander Coe and William Antrobus on the 3rd row. He's had a great weekend so far, really proving that he can fight up at the front end. Then on the 4th row, we got John Brown and Finley Buck with Arthur Thacker and Matteo Plato on the 5th row of the grid. 6th row consists of Daniel Kilpatrick from Zach Turner, Rachel Robertson and Deacon Russell on the 7th row. Then the 8th row is Jared Fox Whiteley and Reese Bailey. Then behind them, you got Morgan Hudson Brown and Lizzie Mentia. Charles Green and Ben Cordingley will round out the 10th row of the grid. The 11th row will consist of Nicholas Ellis and Archie Buttle. Then it's going to be Addison Smith and Eli Badon on the 12th row. 13th row will be Jack Thompson and Zane Quaker. Then it will be Casper Tomilewski and Emily Cooper behind them. Ewan House and Michael Dalton will round out the 15th row of the grid. Dalton will be starting in 30th position for the Junior Rotax Super Final. So, as we were mentioning, that championship title, we've got plenty of drivers that are fighting up at the front end. The 2 main drivers we'll be keeping our eyes on, Ollie Stevens and Jack Hobson. Remember the names because there's only 4 points between them, and they are bringing it all the way down. They are leaving it all up in the air for this final race of the season, and we cannot wait for it to get underway. There's going to be so much tension between those 2 drivers on the circuit. And if Jack Hobson wants to win the championship, he will need to finish 2 places in front of Ollie Stevens. So if Ollie Stevens is within 2 places of Jack Hobson, then he will walk away with the title. Hobson had the title coming into this round. He had the championship lead, but it's all been switched up over the course of the weekend. Ollie Stevens has been proving his pace and proving his dominance over the course of the weekend, meaning that he is now leading the championship by a 4-point deficit to Jack Hobson in second position right now. The drivers are released and the hunger will start to build as the drivers now make their way onto their formation laps. 2 laps will be what they're given to warm up their tyres and get themselves ready for the start of the race. I think I'm about as nervous as some of these drivers on the circuit, as I can't wait for this one to get underway. Ollie Stevens and Jack Hobson, the talk of the paddock right now, the names on everyone's lips right now, and we can't wait to see how this one will unfold. We are going to have 14 minutes of pure action here from the junior Rotax. That's 5 minutes more than we've seen in the Superheats and 5 minutes more for battles to brew. Everyone now making their way around the final corner for the first formation lap of this time. They'll be told by the marshals that they have one more rolling lap, one more formation lap to get themselves prepared for their race start and the start of this event. Other names that we're going to have to keep an eye on over the course of this race. Lewis Goff and Deacon Russell are quite close together in the championship. Deacon Russell also has to worry about Archie Buttle in behind, who's only 6 points off the back of him. Alexander Cole, who's had probably one of his best weekends so far. He's had an 18th in the first heat, which definitely wasn't his best finish. Then he's had a third, a first and a second in the Superheat. Brilliant driving from Cole so far this weekend. Watch out for the number 13 throwing a spanner in the works and a bit of a mix-up in the normal orders, which you'd be used to see. Drivers are told to slow down right now as they will start to get into formation and everyone will back each other up. But that front row with the grid, Jack Hobson's going to have the jump of the gun. He's going to be the one starting in front of Ollie Stevens, who will find himself on the second row of the grid. The number 81 will have a little bit of work to do if he wants to win this championship. But can Hobson handle the pressure? We go racing. Into the first corner we go. And through the first chicane, it looks like Hobson's off! Hobson's off at the first chicane, and that's huge for the championship. That's huge for his race. Contact between Hobson and Freddie Ingram in the first corner in the first chicane means that Jack Hobson is off the road, but is he out of the race? He'll get going again, but he is miles off the back of the pack. Heartbreak for Hobson. And the number 21 going off at the second hairpin as well, and getting involved with a little bit of problems is Reen Dharmahadza. All of the drivers now squabbling for position as they go down through the back S's, but this is great news there. That is great news for Ollie Stevens, who is now leading the pack right now. The number 81 has the lead of the championship in his grasps. All he needs to do is finish in a great position. All he needs to do is finish finish in front of Jack Hobson, which he's looking set to do, I'm pretty sure, unless Ollie Stevens has a huge issue or retires from this race. I think that means that the championship will go the way of Ollie Stevens. Two drivers going off the circuit. Who was that? That was the number 95 being involved in an issue. We'll try and catch up the numbers. That was John Brown, but who went off with him? I think it was the number 53 of Deacon Russell. So Deacon Russell being involved in that incident as well. But you couldn't have asked for a more chaotic start here to the Junior Rotax Super Final. Through the first chicane we go for the second time in this race. Ollie Stevens sets a new fastest lap. 48.296 was the time that he was able to set on that previous lap. So chipping away at the gap that Lewis Goff already has in front. That was a great move in the background there. I think that was Deacon Russell making the move on William Antrobus. Antrobus now falling under pressure to the 14 of Arthur Thacker. Arthur Thacker also showing his pace this weekend. Normally not a number which we'd see up at the front end, but he's really showing that he has what it takes this weekend. Jared Fox Whiteley trying to get involved. He gets bullied around in the chicane down at the back, center S's. Lizzie Mentia trying to get involved as well, as everyone just trying to pick up every last position possible, as this is drivers' last opportunities to pick up points for their championship seed. Oh, there's an issue there for the 53 of Deacon Russell. He slows down through the first chicane. Is that a mechanical problem there for Russell, or has he just made a mistake? He looks over his shoulder in despair, wondering what's going on with what just happened there in the first chicane. We'll have to try and find out what happened there. Maybe just an issue for Deacon Russell. Clearly not mechanical, but dive bombs down the inside. Clatters into the inside of the number 99 of Reese Bailey. So Deacon Russell, after a streak of bad luck, it gets even worse. The number 77 has to pull off the track. Who's that who's just came off? That's Charles Green. Oh my gosh, that's such a shame there for Charles Green. He pulls off the circuit and has to retire from this race. That is just on the home straight, just in front of our commentary box, but back up at the front end, Finley Buck is picking up the rockets as well as he's putting down the pace on the circuit. 47.688 was the time he's able to set, and he goes down the inside of Ollie Stevens. Stevens doesn't try to challenge because there's no need for him to. All Stevens needs to do is just finish on the track. As long as he stays up in a decent position, Ollie Stevens will walk away with the championship title here. Now, if I was to bet before this race, it wouldn't have been that this championship title was sorted out in the first corner of the race, but that can still change if Ollie Stevens retires or finishes below our championship contender in second place. One driver off there. Couldn't quite catch who that was. The Cato Motorsport suit, but couldn't quite see what driver that was. Alexander Coe. We were mentioning about him having a good weekend. He's now challenging for a top 3 if he's able to make his way past Ollie Stevens, who's currently in 3rd position. The number 13, not too far from this track. Definitely not his local, but not one the furthest away. I think he has a decent amount of laps put down on this circuit, and it's proving that he knows it like the back of his hand. The pace is really building up here. Ollie Stevens still all over the back of Finley Buck. Finley Buck may have been able to get the move earlier on, but he hasn't been able to break away from Ollie Stevens in behind him. Lewis Goff out in front right now. Is that a back marker just in front of Lewis Goff? Couldn't quite see who that was. A new fastest lap from Jack Hobson. He may be down at the rear of the field, but he's putting on the burners and he's setting some purple laps. Setting the timing board alight is Jack Hobson right now, but in 30th position. It doesn't look like fastest laps is going to be enough to regain any hope of a championship title. Around the final corner we go. Down the home straight. Lewis Goff from Buck, Stevens, Coe, Turner, Antrobus and Russell. Everyone makes their way across the line now. You can see the field starting to spread out a little bit as we're now nearly 6 minutes deep into this race. Finley Buck sets the fastest lap that time round. On my timing board, it's saying he did a 47.003, so half a second faster than Lewis Goff in the lead. It won't be long before that's switched up. Lewis Goff, I wouldn't be surprised if he loses it within these next couple of corners. If we look up at the front end, that's the 51 still in the lead, but the 313 of Buck is all over the back of him. He has a little look, he has a little bit of a sniff going into the final corner, but doesn't go for anything yet. On our screens, this is the battle going on right now. Into the first chicane we go. Glued nose to tail is those 4 carts as they're going in a snake-like train down towards the first hairpin. Ollie Stevens just biding his time, making sure that he's safe in the situation that he is right now, and he's definitely safe if he keeps setting lap times like that. He sets a new fastest lap time and he's looking to actually go for second position. He wants to end the season on a high. Down the inside he goes. Second position is his. Finley Buck could do nothing about that to stop him. Lewis Goff, though, with all of this battling going on in behind him, he's breaking away from the rest of the field. So the 313 is demoted down into 3rd, now put into the clutches of Alex Coe. Coe, great switch back out the final corner, dives down the inside. Will he get him into the braking zone? Yes, he will. Nothing Finley Buck could do apart from yield and drop himself down into 4th position, but Coe's promoted up onto the podium spot. Watch out in behind. Is that Zach Turner catching onto the battle? No, it isn't. That looks like it may actually be a back marker. That looks like that's the number 20 of Kasper Tomilewski. So Tomilewski may be a back marker, but he's still catching on to the back of this battle. He's actually the quickest driver on the track right now. Even though Tomilewski is in 20th position. Sorry, no, he's in 31st. Tomilewski is in 31st position, setting purple lap times, just tagging onto the back of our leaders, you know, as you casually do. So Lewis Goff and Ollie Stevens, they're battling away. Alex Cole and Finley Buck, they're battling away. Kasper Tomilewski's just in for the ride. Through the first hairpin we go. Difference in lines, trying to get the switch back. I don't think Stevens is going to get it. Goff pulls over to cover. Great defensive driving there. You can see the Lando Norris-esque lid as they go down towards the center S's. They're going to be side by side into the braking zone. Cole's going to be there. He's going to get them both. Brilliant move there from Cole as he manages to make his way past Goff and Stevens in one braking zone. He went down the inside of Stevens as they went into the braking zone. Drifted a little bit wide, did Lewis Goff. And Cole picks up the mess and picks up the leftovers. He says, thank you very much. I'll take the lead of this race from now on. Now you can all follow me in behind and let's have a real race. Alex Cole now leading the way into the first hairpin. This could be Alex Cole's first super final victory of the season. And what a way it would be to bow out of his championship bid. Alex Cole deserves every last position that he can get. He's been racing so hard. He's developed so much as a driver over the course of the season. And it's all led up to this, the final round of the championship. And he finds himself in the lead of the race. Can the Scotsman get it done? That's the question. Down into the final corner we go. Cole still leads the way. Goff in suit. Watch out for Finley Buck and Ollie Stevens as well, as they're still applying pressure on this battle. They want to get involved as well. Kasper Tomilewski just leaving room, going defensive does Cole. He doesn't want to risk anything. Stevens in the background goes for the move. Ollie Stevens goes for the move on Finley Buck. They ban wheels and Buck goes on the grass. Just manages to keep it in order though. Kasper Tomilewski doesn't want to get involved. He doesn't want to hinder the battle either. So Ollie Stevens manages to make his way past Finley Buck as Buck drops off the back of this one as well. So it's now just the top three sorted together. It's these three battling for the position. Ollie Stevens maybe a little bit more out of the order than the other two out in front, but Alex Cole is doing a perfect job out in front right now as Lewis Goff is following close in behind. We'll watch them round the final corner and down into the first chicane. Alex Cole, let's see what he's able to do about it. Lewis Goff in second position, just tucked in behind the Guy Cunnington Racing Kart that's in the lead right now. The number 13 was very defensive going into the first chicane a couple of laps ago. Set off a chain reaction to the drivers in behind. And we've seen what was a result of that, which was Ollie Stevens making the move on Finley Buck. Finley Buck maybe got caught a little bit off guard by the move from Stevens. But Alex Cole, how is he going to deal with this pressure? Lewis Goff breathing down his neck. He's going to dive into the final corner. Cole's going to have to yield as Stevens going to get past. He's going to try it inside into the first chicane. Great move there by Alex Cole to manage to hold on to second position. He looks over his shoulder. He notices that Stevens has yielded and drops in behind. He's going to have to follow in suit in third position right now. Alex Cole has been dropped down into second. It could have been down into third, but he drove very well to maintain that position. Not overly defending and not overly offensive right now is Alex Cole, but he's in a very strange position. He's got to worry about the driver in behind, and he definitely does with Stevens going down the inside. Cole now once again in the firing line of Finley Buck. Buck's not going to try it around the final corner. There's a contact warning going out to the number 25 of Morgan Hudson Brown. So Hudson Brown picking up a warning flag, but all of us on tender hooks right now as we're watching our top four battle away right now, with Lewis Goff being half a second in front of Ollie Stevens in second position. Alex Cole just about hanging in right now, with Finley Buck tagging onto the back of this battle as well. Kasper Tomilewski maybe in 31st position, but clearly showing that he does have the pace if he was in the right position to be fighting up at the front end. So Lewis Goff leads us into St. John's through Sunny Bends now, tight to the apex. Ollie Stevens tucked in behind. You can see that clear visor and you can see the fighting in his eyes. Alex Cole has a quick check over his shoulder. He sees he has a little bit of breathing room. Now he's in an offensive stance. These are the last couple of laps, and this is where it will start to get spicy if it hasn't already. Let's turn the heat up about 10 notches. Everyone looks over their shoulders. They'll see each other in tandem as they come out the second hairpin now. Down the back straight, head down on the steering wheel for Cole. He'll try and get every advantage possible. Stevens has his head up high, though, as he's in second position right now, and he is leading the championship. Ollie Stevens, unless he crashes, will walk away with the championship title after this race as he's in behind Lewis Goff. Stevens doesn't want to take it easy though. He wants a race win. Alex Cole, he's going to look on the inside, but that's well defended there by Stevens as he covers off the inside line coming out the final corner. Through the first chicane we go. Over the shoulder is a look there from Goff. He'll pin it to the inside white line. He's not giving anyone a look to the inside. He's actually going to go for the racing line here as he knows that Stevens has to go defensive. That leaves Cole vulnerable, and Buck picks up on it. He noticed that he had a chance to go down the inside, and he'll go for it as well. So Finley Buck now finds himself on the edge of the podium, but will he stay there for long as Alex Cole seems to just be drifting away from the battle? What looked like such a hopeful race there for Alex Cole is fading away in these final couple of laps. Going into the final corner we go. Lewis Goff still in the lead. Ollie Stevens, our championship leader, in second position. These two will fight it out. They will duel it out on this final lap, but who will come out victorious? No one knows. Goff to the inside. Outside goes Stevens. He'll try the switch back. Will it work though? They both check over their shoulder. Goff's going to squeeze him to the outside and cover off the inside at the same time. Great switch back there from Cole. He'll now find himself fighting for their position. They bang wheels as they go down the back straight. Swerving left and right is Stevens as he tries to find a way into first, and actually on the switch back there. That was beautiful from Buck to read the move there from Cole. Now he finds himself back in third position. Lewis Goff still in the lead for the time being. Can he round it out on a race victory? Lewis Goff, he's looking strong, but Ollie Stevens won't give it up. They go through the final bend to the line, 2 hands out, and a victorious race. Beautifully commanded there by Lewis Goff. He did not worry in any situation, and that's what brought him out on top. Lewis Goff is victorious for the final round of the PassMeFast Ultimate Karting Championship here in the Junior Rotax class. But we need to focus on this. Ollie Stevens, second position in the race, provisional championship winner. He'll know it as well. Jack Hobson, an absolute heartbreak for him after contact in the first chicane, meaning that he was put to the back of the pack. He tried to fight his way back through, but it just wasn't enough for Hobson, meaning that Ollie Stevens comes out on top of the championship standings for the time being. Finley Buck in third, and it's so sad to see that Alexander Cole wasn't on the podium. But with that top 4 battle being amazing, we'll now go over down to Kev in the pit lane. He will speak to the drivers.
Thanks, Kai. Fantastic stuff down in that first race there. Then Lewis Goff with the win. Ollie Stevens, number 81, in second. Looks like he will have taken the championship overall. Finley Buck then 313 coming home in third. But what an exciting race. Not the race that either Freddie Ingram or Jack Hobson would have wanted. Jack Hobson obviously just going to be absolutely devastated with that finishing position for him. We'll just have a little look at where he ended up as I scroll down here. 16th place in the end for Jack Hobson. Freddie Ingram then in 13th place. But the happiest man in town right now will be number 81, Ollie Stevens. Ollie Stevens then looking like your championship winner overall, so well done to him. And Lewis Goff, number 51, he'll be thrilled with taking a win in the final, super final of 2023. And Finley Buck also going to be very pleased with that podium position, number 313 there. Pictures on screen here then, we're just seeing the last of the other finishers coming through. Getting the pushback bumper check. And then we'll be on some winners' interviews just as soon as we can. There's the man, Jack Hobson. You would not want to be in the MLC awning right after this. Going to be absolutely furious with how that one played out for him in the early stages. It all went wrong for him, didn't it? Just waiting for the last of the carts to come on through, get their bumper check, and then hopefully then we can speak to our winner, Lewis Goff, and the championship overall winner, Ollie Stevens, and that man who came home in third, Finley Buck. So we're just standing by them, waiting for Lewis Goff, our race winner, to come on out of scrutiny. I'm going to have a little look, see if I can see if we've got any sign of any race winners. There's all kinds of chaos going on in there. They're going through scrutineering now. Got a bit of a hold. Hopefully we'll be able to bring you some pictures. Here comes our man then. Let's have a look at this man here, Lewis Goff. Lewis, come on up. Hopefully we'll get a nice shot of Lewis Goff here then to have a little chat with him. Here we are then. So Lewis, talk me through that race then. You've just taken the win in the final super final of 2023.
Yeah, very happy with it. Towards the race, got under pressure by Stevens and Bucky quite a bit. I just got my head down until the last few laps until I could chill out a bit, and then I won it, yeah.
Yeah, you really did win it. Well done, fella. Were you aware of the chaos in the opening stages of that first lap? We had Freddie Ingram and Jack Hobson obviously both fighting top end of the championship table. They took themselves out and, you know, in the end, you were the benefactor.
Well, yeah, it's the final round. There was all near enough tied on points. I knew something was going to happen because they all want to be a champion at some point. Then I just got the best of it coming through. Then I got into second, settled into second, got Stevens and just won it from there.
Yeah, brilliant. Well done, fella. I'm just going to try and do some maths on the fly. I'm guessing if with that win there, 40 points, you've probably just put yourself up into 4th place in the championship overall. Maths isn't my strong point, but on the fly, would you be pleased with the 4th place in the championship overall if that's how it ends up?
Well, yeah, it would suit my design on my helmet as well because I used to be number 4 in my old championship, but luckily I got the seeded number this time.
Listen, huge congratulations to you, Lewis. Well done. Who would you like to thank?
I would like to thank my dad and my mum, all my family for supporting me all the time, Optimum Motorsport.
Well done, Lewis. Go and give your team a high five as we welcome in our other podium placed winners. Well done. So thanks ever so much to Lewis Goff there. Let's welcome in the man that came home in 3rd, Finley Buck. Let's get Finley in first. Finley, a chaotic race there in Junior Rotax, but good news for you. You made it to the podium, 3rd place. How are you feeling?
It feels really good. Started 8th as well. Led at a few points. Could have got the win, but just defended when they got through and I wasn't able to get back past and finish 3rd, but we'll take that. And 9th in the championship as well, I think. So overall, pretty good weekend.
Yeah, I think a really strong weekend for you there. It's been a hugely competitive class all season. Sometimes we've seen up to 60 drivers turning up for a weekend. So even making it to the final, the super final of 34, it's a real achievement. You've obviously done well. You've obviously enjoyed your season. Yeah,
it's been a really good season. We had a couple of bad rounds, but overall it's been a really good season. Showed really good pace at times. And looking forward to next year.
Brilliant stuff. Who would you like to thank?
Everyone at Ultimate, especially Ben and Matty Hindley, my dad for on the spanners, Jordan and Force for the engines and the waft, and family for supporting me.
Finley, huge congratulations. Go and give all those guys a high five. Well done. Finley Buck in 3rd. As we welcome in now the man that came 2nd place on the day, but again, if my maths is correct, I think the championship winner overall. So, Ollie, talk me through that race. It was chaotic in the opening stages.
Oh, it really was. You know, there was a bit of an incident, turn 1. I was then, you know, up there in the top group, just trying to push, trying to get into the lead the whole race, swapping positions all the time. It was really chaotic, but yeah, I'm really glad to get P2 and I'm fairly sure I've won the championship.
Yeah, fairly sure. I think you have poor Jack Hobson finishing way down the order then. Coming into that one, you were on 823 points. He was on 819, so I think your 40 points for the win there takes you up to 863, and he's never going to catch you. But strong season for you overall, but probably would have liked to have a bit of a duel with Jack and Freddie a bit longer in that race, in that last one.
Yeah, I definitely would have. It made it a bit easier, but it would have been nice to have a final showdown with them.
Who would you like to thank for your season and for that race?
All the DHR, Time Racing Engines, Jess, my mechanic, and all my family for helping me make this.
Ollie, huge thanks. Well done. Go and high-five the team. It's been great watching this season. Great watching that race. Really well done.
Thank you very much.
So there we go. There goes Ollie Stevens and our other winners there, our other podium place drivers, Lewis Goff and Finley Buck. It was full of incident, that race, and you can watch it back on YouTube at your leisure. Right now, though, we're going to hand back to commentary because next out on track, it's Honda Cadets.
Want to get on the road as quick as possible? Pass in as little as 3 months with PassMeFast, the UK's leading intensive driving course specialists. A PassMeFast course is the fast and hassle-free way of getting your licence. Plus, our 100% money-back guarantee means it's all risk-free. This isn't your average driving course. We've revolutionised how Britain learns to drive with our fast-track test system, modern learning methods and flexible monthly payment options. Plus, you can track your progress and manage your course anywhere, anytime with our industry-leading student portal. Take the faster route to driving. Book today at passmefast.co.uk.
And with the action of the junior Rotax out the way, we now move over to our next final in the order, which is going to be, I can tell you that right now, it's going to be Honda GX200s. Onto the screen comes our starting order, and let's have a little talk over it. Ryan White will be starting on pole position alongside Theo Bradshaw, with Ollie Thompson and Ed Spain on the second row of the grid. Ralphie Branscombe, who's already won the title in the 950 class, will start in 5th position alongside Oliver Newell. Next row of the grid is going to be Ashley Haas with Finley Smith on the 4th row. Then it's going to be on the 5th row Blair Smith and Charlie Stapleton. On the 6th row of the grid, rounding out the field, Esme Rosie and Layla McNeish will take it away from the back end of the grid for the Honda GX200s. So as we now collect ourselves and calm down a little bit after the chaos in the junior Rotax, we now move over to the Honda GX200s, which I expect nothing less but to put on the exact same performance as the junior Rotax final, which has just followed up. We are just waiting for the drivers to make their way onto the circuit right now. They are currently sitting on the dummy grid waiting for the signal from the marshals that they are able to come back out onto the circuit and get ready for the race start. Honda GX200s obviously being the only class here this weekend which will be taking standing starts in comparison to the rest of the classes which we've seen doing their rolling starts as seen in the junior Rotax class. So as we wait for them to come out onto the circuit, let's have a little bit of a quick update on the Honda GX200 championship standings. Obviously, we've got 2 championship standings. Ralphie Branscombe in the 900s has already taken away the victory. He's currently leading that class by 107 points. So that is uncatchable in this final race of the weekend. Blair Smith, though, looks quite clear of Layla McNeish in 2nd position in the championship for the 900s as well. Now, if we look to the 950 championship battle as well, it's a little bit closer, but it's definitely still not close between Ryan White and Theo Bradshaw. It is possible for Theo Bradshaw to walk away with the championship title, but Ryan White having a 32-point gap to Theo Bradshaw definitely gives him a lot of cushion coming into this final race of the weekend for them. 32 points being the gap that they have. That means that Ryan White would have to beat Theo Bradshaw by over 20 positions in this race. I mean, Theo Bradshaw would have to beat Ryan White by over 20 positions in this race, sorry. So Ryan White would pretty much have to retire from the race if Theo Bradshaw was to walk away with the championship title from this round. Theo Bradshaw would also have to take home a podium position if he wanted to win the title alongside Ryan White having a retirement. So the drivers are released from the grid. Just one formation lap for the Honda GX200s in comparison to the 2 formation laps which we've seen from the Rotax classes. Instead of a 14-minute final, we also have a 12-minute final due to these drivers being the youngest on the field. So we'll have a little bit of a shorter race for them, but it doesn't mean that we'll be short of any action. One driver already having a few issues on the formation lap. Is that a broke down engine? The number 33 seems to not get that engine started again. That's a big problem for Finley Smith. So Finley Smith in the last round of the championship will have to pull off the road before the race has even started. And unfortunately, it will be 0 points going towards him and a retirement in the final. And that is definitely not the way that you want to finish off your championship fight and your championship that you've had here. So the drivers now around the final corner. They'll be marked by the marshals and told where they need to go on their grid positions. So the 47 of Ryan White pulls up on the inside line. He'll be starting from pole position. Alongside him, you've got to keep an eye out for Theo Bradshaw. The number 43 and 47 have been duking it out all over the weekend so far. And it's been a great rivalry between the two drivers. We'll just have to see how it plans out in the final. That's beautiful to see there from Thompson, as Ollie Thompson gives us a little wave and gives us a thumbs up to the roaming camera on the grid. Ralphie Branscombe there, just on the camera on the grid, you can see. That's the number 96, who is currently leading the 900 championship class and has already secured the title. So nothing is riding on this race for Branscombe, but he still looks to the lights, and the lights go out and we go racing. Great start from the inside line there from Ryan White as he'll pull away from Theo Bradshaw going into the first chicane. So the drivers make their way through the first chicane now, down towards the first hairpin. It's still so close up at the front end. Normally you see the inside line driver already break a little bit of a gap in the first couple of corners, but Theo Bradshaw is all over the back of Ryan White. No, sorry, that's not Theo Bradshaw, that's Ollie Thompson. That's the number 18 of Ollie Thompson that has latched onto the rear bumper of Ryan White. So Thompson finds himself in second position. Theo Bradshaw has dropped down into third right now. As battling it out in the mid-pack, that looks like that was the number 17 of Ashley Haase trying to make a move on Ralphie Branscombe. Branscombe got a good start there, but just not able to contend with the pace of the upper class, the 950 class. And around the final corner we go. Down the home straight we now go. Ryan White leads the way from Ollie Thompson in second position, with Ed Spain and Theo Bradshaw following in suit in third and fourth. Then you got Ralphie Branscombe in fifth. Ashley Haase was not able to get that move off on Ralphie Branscombe, sorry. But we still keep an eye on that battle. There you can see Ralphie Branscombe looking over his shoulder, making sure that he doesn't need to worry about any of the drivers in behind him, as it looks like he's got a little bit of air and a little bit of breathing room behind his cast, so nothing he really needs to worry about. There's the number 43 there. That was Theo Bradshaw following in behind Ed Spain, and a little bit off the back of that battle is Ralphie Branscombe. He'll be trying to catch on to the driver in fourth and third position and maybe try and get involved in that one if possible. So down into the final corner. That's going to be a bid for a move. That's the 43 of Theo Bradshaw going for the move on Ed Spain. So Ed Spain drops down into fourth. Theo Bradshaw now up into third. Ryan White leading the way still from Ollie Thompson. Now an 8/10 gap is what separates them. A look over the shoulder there. A look to check where Ed Spain was. That's Theo Bradshaw just making sure that he's secure in the position that he is right now. Following in behind, watch out for Ralphie Branscombe. He'll be trying to get involved in this battle if he's able to. If he just catches a couple more attempts, he'll start to throw a spanner in the works there for Ed Spain and Theo Bradshaw in front. And all the way out in front of them, you can see Ollie Thompson. And then in front of Ollie Thompson, well, about a second in front of Ollie Thompson now, is Ryan White, who set a purple fastest lap on that previous lap. Was he able to improve on this lap? No, he wasn't. But the gap is 1.027 seconds, which separates Ryan White and Ollie Thompson out in front right now. And with the championship standings being the way that they are, Ryan White leading the race will only extend his championship lead. As we mentioned, it's 32 points that separates Ryan White and Ollie Thompson. Sorry, is it Ollie Thompson? No, it's Theo Bradshaw in the championship lead, in the championship standings. So obviously that is only going to extend with Theo Bradshaw currently being in third position in the race. He's looking like he would pick up 35 points in this final for Theo Bradshaw. Ryan White looking to walk away with the whole 40 points for the race win right now. So another 5 points would be added to that championship gap, meaning that instead of the gap being 32 points, that is going to be 40-point lead, which Ryan White now currently has intermittently in this championship standings. So we have a look at this battle as Ralphie Branscombe now makes himself known and arrives onto the back of this one as well. Looking over the shoulder, Theo Bradshaw, is he able to defend? No, he isn't. No, sorry, yes, he is, as Ralphie Branscombe has to stick in behind. Ed Spain trying to pull away from these two drivers. Ashley Haase also now trying to get involved as he's catching onto the back of these two drivers. It's all getting switched up here in the Honda GX200 as everyone battling for every position possible. Theo Bradshaw feeling the pressure from Ralphie Branscombe right now as Branscombe goes down the inside into the final corner. He'll get the move done. A tap on the helmet. Let's work together. No, we shall not, says Ashley Haase as he goes down the inside of his teammate of Theo Bradshaw as well. So Theo Bradshaw, in the space of a couple corners, goes from 4th all the way down into 6th position as Ashley Haase and Ralphie Branscombe manage to make their way past. But Ashley Haase will soon be applying pressure onto the back of Ralphie Branscombe if it's possible. It looks like Haase currently has the pace to get past Branscombe if he arrived onto the back. On the previous lap, Ashley Haase set a 54.841. Ralphie Branscombe set a 55.7, so a 1.5 seconds difference in the lap times between those two drivers. We're looking at the number 61 there, lapping around the field. And down towards the final corner. Sorry, that wasn't the 61, that was the 18 of Ollie Thompson. Now we're looking at the 56 of Blair Smith with Charlie Stapleton not too far in behind. Yep, there's the 56, that's Blair Smith, trying to deal with the pressure from behind of the number 21. Charlie Stapleton just trying to add a couple more points to his championship standings in this last round. As we mentioned earlier, 40 points for a win, 37 for second place, and 35 for third. So a big difference in points in the finals, which are awarded to these drivers. A big switch up. No seeded drivers in this race. We do have the likes of Bella Fairclough, who was seeded number 5 last year, meaning that she finished 5th in the championship in 2022 in the Ultimate Karting Championship. She's currently 9th in the standings, but that's not looking to change as she has not competed at this round. Bella Fairclough only actually competed in 2 rounds so far this season. So she will lose that number 5 seed. Looking to pick up the number 9 seed though. And Ryan White can proudly rock that number 1 car if he manages to keep things the way that they are right now. Number 47, a season to remember. I think that's fair to say. He's pretty much been on the podium well, he has been on the podium in every single final so far this season. If he's able to get another P1 in his final round, that will be a great way to send it off. He won his first heat, won his second heat, came second in his third heat, second in the super final, and now he's leading the final right now. But we change our attentions. Here is Ralphie Branscombe. He's all over the back of Ed Spain right now. Ed Spain doing a good job to manage to hold on to that third position and not cave into the pressure which Branscombe is putting onto the back of that zip cart. It's tight between the two of them right now. And is it going to switch up down the inside? Spain tries to squeeze him to the apex, but Branscombe gets there in time. So Ralphie Branscombe now finds himself in third position. Ed Spain is not able to return the favour and is not able to get himself back up into third position, sorry. But Ralphie Branscombe will take it, and he'll hopefully, in his head, walk away with it. Ralphie Branscombe, a majorly impressive driver for being in the slower of the two classes, being in the 900 class in comparison to the 950 class drivers, which he is competing with right now and which he is trading positions with on the circuit. Ryan White leads the way, though, in what is probably one of his most dominant performances of the season. 3.3 seconds is what he has over the rest of the field right now as he's lapping in his own air. It's a race against the clock for him because he's not competing with anyone else on the circuit for the time being. Down the inside, there's a move. That's Blair Smith going for the move on Oliver Newell. So Oliver Newell will lose out to his teammate. Actually, it seems there that was the 56 of Blair Smith giving the position back. What happened there? We seen the 56 of Blair Smith pull off to the left-hand side, and the 61 of Oliver Newell gave him a thumbs up when they pulled off to the left-hand side. A strange situation there, but either way, they're still battling. It looks like Blair Smith is not going to give it up, though, and neither is the number 21 of Charlie Stapleton, as he's now getting involved in the battle. He goes down the inside in the first chicane and will get the move done. So Charlie Stapleton manages to make his way past Blair Smith, who is now dropped down into 8th position. After making the move on Oliver Newell just a lap ago in this same position, it's strange to see why they traded it back again on the straight down towards the center S's. But either way, that's the way that the cookie crumbles as they go down through the center S's once again. Charlie Stapleton applying more pressure onto the back of Oliver Newell. He has a check over his shoulder and he sees that Blair Smith is not in a position to make an overtake just yet. You'll keep that in mind, though, and make sure to monitor it for further laps. Only 1 minute and 50 seconds is remaining on the clock, so not long left for these drivers to sort out the position for them to finish in. One driver that has already pretty much sorted out the position there, going to finish in, is Ryan White. 4.25 seconds is the gap that he has over Ollie Thompson in second position right now. The most dominant performance that I think we might have seen out of any of the classes, never mind just his personal performances. On that previous lap, though, Ed Spain did pick up the fastest lap at 54.236, just marginally quicker, 9 thousandths quicker than Ryan White on the quickest lap of the circuit. But we still monitor this battle right now. Oliver Newell, followed by Charlie Stapleton and Blair Smith. These three have been going at it all race, and it looks like they're going to take it down to the last lap as well as they make their way out of St. John's and Sunny Bend. We switch over to Ralphie Branscombe, who has Ed Spain all over the back of his kart. Ed Spain lost out on the position earlier to Ralphie Branscombe, but will he be able to gain it back in these closing stages of the race? It's going to be interesting to watch this unfold on the last couple laps of the race. Ollie Thompson has also been caught. So Ollie Thompson, who we thought might have had a quite easy P2 there, as he had previously drove away from the rest of the field. He now finds that he has Ralphie Branscombe and Ed Spain all over the back of that number 18. And with 10 seconds left on the clock, Ryan White crosses the line, which means that we will go for another 2 laps. Branscombe on the inside. Great switch back there. Ollie Thompson's going to have to fall victim. No, he won't. He'll fight it through the second part of the chicane, and he'll hold the move down as well. Ed Spain now has a great chance to go for the move. He thinks better of it, though. But Ollie Thompson, some beautiful driving then from him to make sure that he stays in second position. He goes to the middle of the track. Branscombe goes to the outside. Thompson covers it off. Now he's going to squeeze him to the inside, pin it to the white line down the straight as well. Branscombe doesn't get a look to the inside, but he goes to the outside. Thompson moves back across to defend as they now go through the chicane and down towards the back straight, back into our view, towards St. John's, to the inside. Brilliant defending here from Thompson. Nothing Branscombe can do to counter this. Pinned to the inside line as soon as Branscombe goes to the outside. Thompson moves back across to fend for a racing line, but a great switch back there. Ralphie Branscombe gets himself into second, and following through is Ed Spain as well. So Ollie Thompson maybe a little bit too over defensive in that final corner there, meaning that he was costed 2 positions. He's going to try on the outside of the first hairpin. That's never going to work as Ed Spain holds on to it. Ralphie Branscombe's driven away with second position right now. But looking out in front, Ryan White, he goes through the back section of the center S's. 6.3 seconds is the gap that this number 47 is going to take with him to the line as he goes through Sunny Bend now. He has time to celebrate as he goes round the final corner. Ryan White, take a bow. 2 hands in the air, shaking his fist, and he deserves it. 6.3 seconds is the gap that he has. We see more drivers racing to the line. That was a move there by Oliver Newell as he makes his way past Charlie Stapleton on the final lap, as Haase still trying to get involved in that one as well. Who's going to take it to the line? It looks like it's just going to be Newell. Newell will take it over Stapleton and Blair Smith in 8th position. But Ryan White, wow, 6.6 seconds is the gap that he had over Ralphie Branscombe in second position. Ryan White will take away the victory in the 950 class. He'll secure himself the championship title as well, and winning in the 900 class already secured the championship title, so this was just bragging rights. Ralphie Branscombe finishes in second position, from Ed Spain in third, with Ollie Thompson in fourth, Ashley Haase in fifth, and it's going to be Oliver Newell, Charlie Stapleton and Blair Smith. Now let's go down into the paddock where we're going to see some interviews here by Kev with the leading drivers.
Well, what an exciting few closing laps that was there in the Honda Cadets. I'm just stood alongside Ryan White, number 47. He's getting his helmet off. He's coming straight over to me, but he's got to go in scrutineering first. We'll grab you for an interview in a moment, Ryan. The man that came home in second, though, is Ralphie Branscombe on his 900mm chassis. Going to be thrilled with second. And then in third, we have Ed Spain, the number 72 kart that was Ed Spain. Number 18 kart, though, Ollie Thompson is going to be devastated, sitting in third place at the end of that one. And then just at the finish, just a moment where Ed Spain was able to get himself off and away and take the third position. You want them all to win, don't you? Absolutely devastating for them all. But Ed Spain, kart number 72, he's going to be thrilled when the helmet comes off. Just watching as well, Layla McNeish just slide his way back around the outside of scrutineering. Ollie Thompson, kart number 18, going to be absolutely gutted with the way that one played out in the finish. I think he's still got himself a podium place in the championship. Look at this. Ryan White, let's get him over. Come on over, Ryan. He can't wait to be spoken to. Feet on the spot, fella. Ryan, listen, talk me through that race and talk me through your season, because you're now the championship winner in Honda Cadet.
Yeah, it's always been really hard. That race, off the start, I got a decent start. I think I got about 2 car lengths, and my lead just extended from there.
Yeah, it really did. You seem to have a lot of open road in front of you and behind you. So I imagine when you're leading a race like that, you've just got to sort of keep your head a little bit and don't sort of daydream.
Yeah, I did this today, or it was yesterday. I was winning, and then on the corner over there, I spun on the last lap. I still won it, but yeah. Yeah,
you got to stay focused in the latter stages there, but it's been a good season overall, hasn't it? Lenny Messenger has done a fantastic job with yourself and your dad, and you've really enjoyed your season, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's been really fun, and Lenny's helped so much.
Fantastic. Who else would you like to thank? Who's made this season possible there, Ryan?
My dad, my grandparents. That's it.
That's it, your dad and your grandparents. Well done to you. We'll say cheerio to you. Well done. We'll see you for the podium presentation a little bit later on as we welcome in second place man, Ralphie Branscombe. Come on in, Ralphie. Look at the smile on this man's face. You were running in the middle pack and then suddenly you found yourself competing for a podium position. Talk me through the last few laps.
It was just like Ed Spain knew and I knew that I was a bit faster, so I got past him and his dad was just like push with me and we were just pushing to get Ollie Thompson. We managed to get him and then it pushed, I'm first in class and then it pushed Ed Spain up to second in class.
Yeah, it was a great little battle between yourself, Ed and Ollie there. There was a few laps where you three were really sort of like, you know, dueling out, but you were sort of, you were trying to work as a team, were you, with Ed there a little bit?
Yeah, we thought if we can be a team and catch Ollie Thompson, that would be very good.
Yeah. Brilliant. Listen, well done to you. Huge congratulations, as well as taking the second place in the race. You're the 900 class champion. It's been a good season, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Who would you like to thank? Who's made it possible?
I'd like to thank Project One for lending me a 900. I'd like to thank Sharp Skips Adrenico.
Your dad?
My dad and JCC Young Ones, that's it.
That's it. Well done. Listen, Ralphie, huge congratulations. We'll see you for the podium presentation a little bit later on. And well done on that championship win on the 900.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's welcome in Ed Spain. Here he is, Ed Hollywood Spain. Ed, great to see you, my friend. That smile is from ear to ear. What a last few laps you had. You're on the podium.
Yeah, me and Ralphie were pushing together, trying to catch up to Ollie, and that worked, so really happy.
Yeah, it really worked, wasn't it? There was a great battle, though. Ralphie, yourself, and Ollie Thompson. There was a few laps in the latter stages of that where you were all sort of pushing and all fighting, weren't you? Did you think you could maybe have gone higher than third?
Yeah, but Ryan got away, so I just couldn't catch him, so...
Brilliant. Listen, you've really enjoyed your season. I'm not entirely sure. I'll have to do some maths. I'm not good at maths on the fly, where you've ended up in the overall standings. But talk about your season. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it possible?
I'd like to thank my dad, my mum and my sister, Zipcart, and that's all.
That's all. Listen, well done to Zipcart, your mum, your dad and your sister. Everyone made it possible. We'll see you for the podium presentation a little bit later on. Thanks, Ed.
Thank you too.
There he goes, Ed Spain, third place man on the day. Huge well done to him, and congratulations to Ryan White there, taking the championship win overall. And Ralphie Branscombe putting himself on the podium in second place and taking that 900 class win as well. A great race with the Hondas. Don't go there, because when we come back, there's more to come from the Ultimate Karting Championship.
final 3 races of the day. That's going to be kicked off by the Senior Rotax Super Final. Jack Lilly will be starting from pole position with Tristan Rennie alongside him. Stephen Napier and Pearson Bullicata will join them on the second row of the grid. Then it's going to be Stephen Duncan in 5th, with Philip Rawson rounding out the 3rd row of the grid. The 4th row will consist of Alex Moody and Thomas Wood. The 5th row of the grid is Oliver Duffel and Isaac Lord. Angus Scrivener and Leo Purchase on the 6th row. In the 7th row will be Callum Kinder and Aaron McKay. Then Gavin Dewitt and Matthew Lambert are behind them, with Jay Pearson and Andrew Hughes on the 9th row. The 10th row will consist of Zane Sealam and George Hunter, and rounding out on the 11th row of the grid in 21st position, Rama Rion Ubi will take it away in the number 77 kart. So that'll be the grid there for Senior Rotax Super Final, and that is going to be the starting order on the grid as well. It's going to be interesting to see how this one unfolds. Obviously, the championship title has already been decided in the Senior Rotax, with Kai Hunter, who took it away last round, and he'll take away the victory. Even though he's not here, I hope he's enjoying his racing over in Belgium. Hopefully he's watching along as well to make sure what is going on in the championship behind him as well. But Tristan Rennie, who is currently in 2nd in the championship, it looks like he's secured that as well, as he has a 45-point lead for 2nd position over Pearson Bullicata. But Bullicata is in a little bit of trouble, with Philip Rawson in 4th position right now, is only 6 points behind Pearson Bullicata in 3rd position. And Jack Lilly, who's been looking very strong over the course of the weekend so far, has been trying his best. There's Alex Moody. We're having a look at him as he's talking to a few of the drivers on the grid. Moody was involved in an incident with Charlie Pritchard, one of the other drivers in the Senior Rotax, in that previous race that we just seen in the Superheat. Charlie Pritchard has followingly been excluded from the meeting due to that incident and will not be taking part in the remainder of the weekend and in this race. So Alex Moody won't be starting in the position that he would be hoping for. He'll be starting from further down the grid due to being involved in that incident, meaning that he was retired from that race. There we can see in the front of our picture, that's Tristan Rennie, the number 5 seed from last year. He's going to improve on that, as he's pretty much secured 2nd position in the championship. Unless he gets DQ'd from this race and gets 0 points. Even still, I don't think that he can lose 2nd position in this championship, as Tristan Rennie currently has a 45 point lead over Pearson Bullicata in 3rd position. There's the number 57, and that looks like it's Jack Lilly, and that's the number 9 that will be starting from pole position. And as we look down the grid, we can see all the drivers. There's Alex Moody that we just mentioned prior. The number 41 there, following down in the order for the Hunter Motorsport car. Number 41, let's try and have a look at who that is. If we scroll down the order, we might be able to see. Can't quite see him in the championship standings, but we see them when they get back out on the circuit. But Jack Lilly, the number 9, will be starting from pole position after winning in the Superheat. It was a brilliant race from him to take away that victory, and you couldn't have asked for anything more from him as well. There's Tristan Rennie, and behind him you could see Pearson Bullicata. There is the Birillard car, the number 69, which will be starting from the rear end of the grid. Even though he's starting from a little bit further down, you can see he's still very happy, pointing to the sky and having a laugh with his mechanics. That's what you love to see here in the Ultimate Karting Championship. It's great to see that the drivers feel they're in such a friendly environment. Andrew Hughes having some fun on the grid there. And we have a look once again to the front. As we mentioned, Jack Lilly and Tristan Rennie on the front row. Then we have the number 19 and Pearson Bullicata alongside him on the grid. There in the background, you can see the number 29 of Philip Rawson. Philip Rawson, not the best of weekends that he would have been hoping for. He started it off well with a P3 in his first heat, then it all went downhill from there. He came 11th in his next heat, and it was a disqualification from the 3rd heat, as he was awarded a mechanical flag and did not come into the pit lane, so was shown the black flag. So a disqualification went the way of Philip Rawson. He then went on to finish 6th in the Superheat, and that's where he'll start from in this final. Down the back of the grid there, we'll have a little look up towards the front end, and you'll just get a little bit of a glimpse of how many drivers are taking part. There's Angus Scrivener, the number 41, that will be taking it away from the mid-pack. Alex Moody there, the number 88, alongside Thomas Wood. Thomas Wood, once again, not one of the best weekends that he's ever had, but he has scored points in every single race, so you can't complain about that one. He has had 2 P5s, one of them being in the Superheat, one of them being in Heat 2 as well. We can see green flags out, and that means that we will go racing. Out onto the track we go now with Senior Rotax, as they'll have 2 formation laps to get themselves warmed up and ready for the start of what will be 14 minutes of chaotic action here in the Senior Rotax. I think it's fair to say that there has not been one driver which has been outstanding in terms of pace over the course of the weekend. It's been switched up in every which order possible for the Senior Rotax, and multiple drivers that have been competing up at the front end. So it'll be interesting to see who takes it away in this one. I seriously cannot put my finger on just one name of one driver which will walk away from this race, but we'll have to wait and see of when it unfolds. This race could seriously go down to the last few corners, like we seen in the Junior Rotax race earlier, where there was 5 drivers all competing for that top spot at the podium, and eventually we saw a great race there from Lewis Goff to take away the victory, his maiden victory here in the Ultimate Karting Championship. But in the Senior Rotax, will we see a returning victor, or will we see a new driver on the top step of the podium? We'll have to wait and see. It's only 14 minutes, and it'll feel like a flash with all the action going on. Time will fly by in this race, and it will for the drivers as well. Within these 14 minutes, we're looking at around nearly 20 laps of racing for these drivers. It's around a mid 40-second lap time from everyone here. Weaving off at the front row there, the number 9 of Jack Lilly, with Tristan Rennie alongside him, pinching his fuel pipe, making sure that the engine doesn't oil up. But we accelerate out the final corner, and we do not go racing. Do not take my word for that, because we do not go racing. The red light stays on, as it seems like that may have been Jack Lilly just jumping the gun a little bit there from the front of the grid. So the red light will stay on the gantry, and we'll have just one extra formation lap. Hopefully we can go green once again. I think that is the first false start that we've seen here in the Super Finals and the Finals combined. So shame on you, Senior Rotax. But anyways, we get going again. And after all of these races have taken place, I have the difficult decision of naming the driver of the weekend. So if any of you watching along at home have any nominations for driver of the weekend, make sure to get them in chat, and I will make sure to read them in between the races. But for now, focus on the race that is at hand. Senior Rotax around the final corner. Do we go racing? No, we don't. We don't again. 2 false starts for Senior Rotax, as Jack Lilly just seems to jump the gun once again. But it looks like drivers think that they're racing when they're not. So we go down towards the first hairpin, and through the second hairpin we go now. Surely this is enough time to get plenty of heat in the tyres of these drivers. They've had what will be 4 formation laps. Hands up from the marshals there, signaling to the drivers. What are you doing? What are you playing at? Let's get this race underway and let's get this race started. Jack Lilly maybe just a little bit nervous starting from pole position, or maybe this is a strategy to intimidate his opponents. But we'll see if we can get it right this time round. Weaving up at the front there is Jack Lilly. Will we go green this time round, though? We'll keep our eyes on the lights. Down the home straight we go, and we go racing. Lights are out. We go diving towards the first chicane. Does everyone keep it in order? Let's have a look as they make their way through. Up at the front end, we can see that's a great start there. Tristan Rennie's managed to find himself in the lead. Jack Lilly's already been filed back. Where's Lilly gone? Lilly looks like he's now in third position as we just catch a glimpse of his car as they make their way through the second hairpin now. Down the inside, that was a move in the background. That was the number 53 losing out on a couple of positions. So who was that? Number 53, Callum Kinder, losing out on a couple places as he made his way through the second hairpin. Down through the back end of the centre S as the rest of the drivers now go. And up at the front end we view Tristan Rennie out in front from Pearson Buttercarter in second with Jack Lilly in third. Down the inside through the final corner. That's Angus Scrivener making a move on Oliver Duffel. So Angus Scrivener now finds himself in 9th position. He's gained 2 places on this opening lap. And gaining 4 places on the opening lap right now is Andrew Hughes. A good start there from Hughes. As we go through the second hairpin. And down the back straight as well. We'll see how this goes on. And we saw him move down at the back end of the circuit. Was that Scrivener going for another one? And down into the St. John's and Mary's section. Into Paddock Bend. That's a move down the inside. The number 24, that's Stephen Duncan. Stephen Duncan, a very recognisable car. Doesn't have any stickers on his side pods or NASA panel. But up at the front end, that's a move there. Jack Lilly, beautiful overtake on Pearson Buttercarter. It looks like Philip Rawson was able to follow through as well. So Rawson now finds himself in 3rd position as Buttercarter drops down into 4th. Jack Lilly did start in pole position for this race. Dropped down into 3rd on the first lap. Dropped down even further, down into 4th. Philip Rawson gets up the inside. Lilly's going to drop down into 3rd. Will he fall into 4th? Yes, he does. Buttercarter is able to follow through around the outside. A good move there from the number 75. Just able to hold on to the position that he had. Tristan Rennie out in front right now by a second over Pearson Buttercarter and Philip Rawson, who have been battling it away. Philip Rawson a second off the back of Tristan Rennie, just due to the sheer battling and sheer time that they've been losing due to it, of course. Down towards the centre S's. That's a move from Stephen Napier as he makes his way past Stephen Duncan. Alex Moody, who was involved in an incident in the Superheat, has recovered himself well and he's back in fighting action as he's getting himself involved in this battle. He's got Thomas Wood all over the back of him as well, so he's going to have to be careful of that. The number 8 of Thomas Wood didn't have the best start to the weekend, but he's been slowly improving race after race as he goes down the inside. We were saying to watch out for him, and now he's made the move stick. Scrivener's going to follow through as well. So Thomas Wood now makes his way past Alex Moody for 7th position. Moody will drop down to 9th though, because Scrivener was able to get through as well. So down through the centre S's, there goes Scrivener. Scrivener followed through with Wood, very quickly disposes of him as well. So Thomas Wood now loses that position that he just gained, finds himself in the same neutral position that he did before, but Angus Scrivener gains 2 positions on that previous lap, and Stephen Duncan got past Stephen Napier again on that final corner. Just caught that on the back of our camera angle. Down into the first chicane we go. Back up at the front end, Pearson Buttercarter just about staying out in front of Jack Lilly right now. Jack Lilly still trying to be involved in this battle, still trying to stay relevant with the other drivers in front of him, and he does so well. Down the inside into the centre S's, manages to make the move stick. You can see Buttercarter try to respond and try and get the switch back once again, but he manages to get the move done. Buttercarter straight back on the response there. That was a great move to get himself back in front of Jack Lilly. Nothing Lilly could have done to stop that one. As we go through the first chicane, we keep an eye on this battle as it continues to develop. Philip Rawson with outstanding pace right now, meaning that he's been able to catch on to the back of Rennie. He hasn't just caught on to him, he's disposed of him as well. He's managed to make the move done through the second hairpin, gets himself into the lead of the race, and Tristan Rennie now falls victim down into second position. But watch out for this battle in behind. If they stop battling and work together, they might be able to catch on to our leading two drivers. Will Tristan Rennie take a bow, and will he drop down into second position right now? Will he be able to fall victim? So Philip Rawson, as we said, now finds himself in the lead of the race. Will Tristan Rennie be able to get him back, though, in the next stages of the race? Rawson originally looked like he was definitely the quicker of those two drivers, but Rennie doing a good job to stay on the back, using the slipstream to his advantage, but very defensive, parking it on the apex there. It's Pearson Bliccotta, and all the way around the outside goes the number 24, Stephen Duncan, who finds himself in third position. He's going to get filed out through the center S's, though. He just about slots in what is now fifth position. He tried to go around the outside of both drivers of Bliccotta and Lilly. Wasn't able to get either done. Bliccotta going defensive through every corner that he faces, as Jack Lilly just trying to find a way through. Even if it means going around the outside, it looks like that will be the means necessary. Around the outside he goes. Does he get it done? He's going to run wide, and he does. What a move there from Jack Lilly as he gets the move done on Pearson Bliccotta. Bliccotta went overly defensive, parked it on the apex, and he says, thank you very much, I'll take advantage of that. Uses all of his momentum, goes around the outside, and Jack Lilly now finds himself in third position. Stephen Duncan down the inside of Bliccotta. That's not going to work out, though. One driver spins out and two following the wall. Oh no, Moody's off again. Moody off in the Superheat and off in the final. Thomas Wood followed in as well. So Tristan Rennie just realised, now finds himself back in the lead of this race again. So Philip Rawson, obviously not the quickest of the two drivers, as Tristan Rennie was able to make his way back into the lead of the race and is able to regain control of the battle at hand. Down the inside, there's a move from Lambert. So Matthew Lambert makes his way past Isaac Lord, and Matthew Lambert gets himself into seventh. That's a move in the background. That's Alex McKay making the move on Andrew Hughes. But back up at the front end, what's happened to Tristan Rennie? Rennie is falling behind Lilly. So off our camera, Philip Rawson has made the move on Rennie, and Lilly's been able to follow through as well, which is mysterious due to the gap that is separating them two as well. So we follow them going out of the second hairpin there. That's Pearson Bliccotta. Angus Scrivener actually on the inside gets the move done. So Pearson Bliccotta will lose another one. He'll drop down into fifth. Watch out for Stephen Duncan. He's trying to get involved in this battle as well. They make their way around the final corner and down onto the home straight. Pearson Bliccotta holding in fifth position right now, but Stephen Duncan breathing down his neck all over the back of his car. Has a check over his shoulder. Bliccotta feels the need to go defensive. Stephen Duncan tries to get the switch back. He'll definitely challenge down the straight. They go side by side. Bliccotta squeezes him around the outside, trying to make the move stick. I don't think it's going to work there for Matthew Lambert, but he definitely tried to give it a go. So Isaac Lord was not successful in going around the outside of Matthew Lambert. Even still finds himself in the position that he was originally. 5 minutes and 30 seconds is now what is remaining on the clock. There we're having a look at Pearson Bliccotta, but a move down the inside finds Matthew Lambert slipping his way past Stephen Duncan. So Matthew Lambert gets a move there done on Duncan, and he's now the driver on the back of Pearson Bliccotta. Scrivener's driven away as they all jockey left and right, swapping positions and fighting for the same piece of track. down the inside. There's a move from the 69. That's Andrew Hughes making the move on McKay. Oh, one driver around. That's Stephen Duncan. Stephen Duncan, who was competing up at the front end for that position with Pearson Bullock Carter, now finds himself facing the wrong direction down at the center S's. Bullock Carter looks the wrong way and he falls victim because of it. Matthew Lambert down the inside now finds himself in 5th position. Great racecraft there from the 80. So Philip Rawson still leading the way right now. Jack Lilly in 2nd position, just about holding on. Only half a second that separates the leading 2 drivers right now. Tristan Rennie not far behind in as well in 3rd position right now. But there's a move from Andrew Hughes as he makes his way past Isaac Lord. So Isaac Lord drops down into 8th. Andrew Hughes now has to face Pearson Bullock Carter if he wants to get himself up the order and into 6th position. A new personal fastest lap from Tristan Rennie, which is also quicker than the 2 drivers in front of him. A 10th quicker than Rawson and Lilly on that previous tour of the circuit. Very late on the brake in there. If you notice, Jack Lilly under brakes gains a lot of time on Philip Rawson, and it seems he still gets a great exit as well. They go down towards the center S's. Is Philip Rawson driving just a little bit too conservatively for Jack Lilly? Jack Lilly all out attack right now. He's going ultra offensive is Lilly right now. Will he go for the move into the final bend? It seems to be a driver's favorite, but maybe not for Lilly. We go around the final corner, down the straight, into the first chicane. You want to just barely clip that first curb, using all of the exit available right now are these drivers. Rawson still just leading the way, but Jack Lilly last of the late breakers. Will he go for a dive bomb here? Nobody will definitely gain the gap back. Lilly just so confident under braking right now in comparison to Rawson and Rennie in behind. This just shows why Jack Lilly has been able to maintain the gap and why he's been able to stick onto the back of Philip Rawson for the laps which he's managed to do so. So down through the final corner we go. Philip Rawson from Jack Lilly in 2nd position. 2 minutes and 20 seconds is what's remaining. None of these results will change anything up at the front end of the championship so far. But Jack Lilly looking to add to his championship status. Jack Lilly, he would need to beat Philip Rawson by 7 positions if he wanted to get himself into 4th in the championship. But nothing looking to change between them right now. And Stephen Duncan and Scrivener have such a large gap between 6th and 7th in the championship. Our leaders now come down, diving towards the first corner. Final corner once again. Philip Rawson still leading the way from Jack Lilly in 2nd. Then we see the rest of the gaggle file through Sunny Bend. Philip Rawson still out in front, not seemingly worried about Jack Lilly in behind. But Lilly, with the late braking which he's managing to do, is gaining a lot of time on the 29. Is this the opportunity? Rawson now is worried, pins it to the inside line. Great defense there through the center S's. Jack Lilly not able to do anything about it. Rawson, does he go defensive down towards St. John's? No, he doesn't. He takes a normal racing line and takes a normal racing line through Sunny Bend as well. Jack Lilly, will he try to sell a dummy on the outside? He goes to the middle of the track, but so does Rawson. Very well read. Squeezed onto the grass. There is Lilly. Maybe just didn't have the right amount of momentum to find himself in front of Philip Rawson on that exit. Down towards the first hairpin we go. Rawson knew that there was too big of a gap for an attempt of an overtake from Jack Lilly, but now there is. Around the outside, we've seen him do it again, but he can't do it twice. Philip Rawson defending beautifully here, not overly defending and not defending too hard, but defending just the right amount to back Lilly into Rennie and Scrivener in behind. So Lilly, who was only on the offense for the time being, now has to worry about Rennie and Scrivener in behind. Will Rennie go for the move on the inside? No, it's covered by Lilly. Lilly tries it, and he actually tags the rear bumper of Rawson. So that means Lilly and Rawson are filed to the back of that pack, meaning that Rennie and Scrivener have managed to get through. Scrivener got past Rennie at the same time as well. So Scrivener now in the lead of this race. Rennie having to go defensive. Rennie just about holding off Lilly for the time being, but Scrivener, with the gap that he's been able to pull from these battling, he's able to get himself into the lead, able to get a bit of an advantage as well. Philip Rawson tries to get the double. He's not able to, but he does get past Tristan Rennie as he follows through Jack Lilly on that overtake. Through the back centre S as they go. Tristan Rennie now down towards the back of this pack. Jack Lilly finds himself back in second position once again, but Philip Rawson runs wide, and that's opened the door for Rennie. Rennie gets himself into third, but Angus Scrivener with 9.9 tenths of a second, basically a second gap back to Jack Lilly in second position, is looking like he's played his hand beautifully. The cards that he had are royal flushes. He flushes them out to get himself into the lead. The number 41's done a great job to time it to perfection when getting himself into the lead of the race. Lets the drivers behind squabble about and says, thank you very much, I'll drive off. Now it's my turn to take a victory. The number 41 of Scrivener will definitely prove well for Hunter Motorsport. One of the Hunters has won the championship, and one of the drivers for Hunter Motorsport has won the race. Angus Scrivener, he celebrates in style. He manages to take the victory after looking like he would have been on the edge of a podium position. He walks away with the win. So Angus Scrivener comes out on top from Jack Lilly in second, with Tristan Rennie in third, and Philip Rawson, after being tagged through Sunny Bend, he finishes down in fourth. Matthew Lambert in fifth is followed by Pearson Bullock Carter, who had a difficult race, down in sixth position. Andrew Hughes, Isaac Lord, Aaron McKay and Stephen Napier will be the drivers that round out the top 10 there for the Senior Rotax Super Final. And with that race being done, Angus Scrivener is going to have some work to do off the track as well on the microphone, as we're going to cut away now to the paddock. And Kev, let's see what they have to say.
Well, there we go. How about that one in that Senior Rotax Super Final? Phenomenal last few laps. It was always going to be a heated affair. There was always going to be a lot of action, and oh boy, did that final deliver. In the finish, though, Angus Scrivener takes the win from Jack Lilly, and Tristan Rennie, with that third place, guarantees his runner-up spot in the overall championship standings. What a battle it was. What a battle it was. Phil Rawson looked like he had it all wrapped up, didn't he? I watched Phil go by, obviously in fourth place there, not getting asked to go into scrutineering, and the top three go in the scrutineering after the final. And then I think it's just a couple of other randoms they check, as everyone else here getting the pushback bumper check then that we can see running through. An incredible Senior Rotax Super Final. As you look just some of these last few riders come through. Thomas Wood, Stephen Duncan and Jay Pearson, then the number 44 just rounding out what was an amazing result. I'm going to stick my head in scrutineering, see if we can see what's going on. Tristan Rennie's the first man I see putting his car up on his trolley. Angus Scrivener there then of Hunter Motorsport also just doing what he has to do post-race. Tristan Rennie looking calm, a little bit of a wry smile. I think we'll get to Tristan straight away actually, because he looks like a man who's got time on his hands, so we'll get Tristan up on the spot. Third place on the day then. Let's welcome him over. Tristan, the Senior Rotax Super Final was always going to be full of incident, and oh boy, was it ever. Talk me through those last few laps. I mean, aside from anything else that went on in the race. Yeah,
at the start, obviously, we had a really good start. We got to first, had a little bit of a gap. Didn't have quite the pace to get like the bigger gap, but Rawson caught up, gave us a bit of a dirty knock going down the hill, and then it just led to Lilly and Scrivener coming back at us as well. And then it just all went.
Yeah, I saw you at one point here coming down through St John's. You run wide onto the grass there when you were leading. It was all a bit rock and roll. You took a bit of a knock from the back, you think?
Yeah, definitely. Just desperation for points. Obviously, he's in the championship for third and fourth with Bullock Carter now, so he was just desperate to get past and get going, but didn't work.
Yeah, and then the final few laps, obviously Phil was leading for a lot of it, but then we saw obviously Jack Lilly pushing hard, and then somewhere along the way Angus Scrivener got himself out in front.
Yeah, he just kept himself clean, just like waited for us to crash and have a little bump, and he just slithered his way through really.
Well, listen, well done to you, fella. I think, my maths on the fly, I don't know whether you'd done it properly before the race, but I think with that you have confirmed the runner-up spot in the championship overall.
Yeah, definitely, I think so. That was kind of the aim for this weekend, and third place is just a bonus for us.
Well done, mate. Who would you like to thank?
Potenza Racing Engines and my dad from Mechanics.
Rennie Motorhomes, go and put your head down and one.
Cheers, thanks.
Lovely, well done. Let's welcome up then the man that came home, Hunter Motorsport. Here we are then. Top marks, well done to you. Angus Scrivener, just pop your feet there either side of the lines there. Angus, talk us through the last few moments of that one.
We're starting P11 and we got a really good start. Just managed to pick our way off, and then towards the end we saw the pack in front of top 4, I think it was, and then they had a bit of tango. We managed to get a couple, and yeah, just managed to come away with the win.
Yeah, phenomenal. Starting like 11th, as you say, in the early part of that race, you must have kept it really clean just to be sort of chalking off a few overtakes, because to put yourself in the box seat with a few laps to go, you'd obviously done all the work early.
Yeah, exactly. I managed to, just did most of my overtaking at the start, and then towards the end, just got the last couple. So. What
was going through your mind those last few laps when you suddenly realised you were in the mix for like a top podium position?
I couldn't really believe it because of how far back I was starting, and then when I got into the lead I was just over the moon. I just managed to lead the last lap, so yeah, it was great.
Phenomenal. Who would you like to thank, Angus?
I'd like to thank Colorado Constructions and all my sponsors, and my dad on the spanners for this weekend, and yeah, that's it.
And Hunter Motorsport, of course.
Motorsport, yeah. And Venator Racing Engines.
Lovely. Well done to you, fella. Go and finish whatever you got to do in scrutineer, and let's see if we can find Jack Lilly. Well done.
Thank you.
I'm just going to have a little swell. I'm looking for Jack Lilly. I wonder if he's run away. Come with me. Let's go on a little walk. Let's go on a little slow and steady walk, see if we can find Jack Lilly. Do we have our second place man, Jack Lilly, anywhere? He's en route. He's thrown me a dummy. He's coming the other way. Here he comes, Jack Lilly. Come on up, fella. Let's have a little chat with you for the live stream. Put your feet either side of the on the spot there, mate. So well done, Jack. Talk us through the last few moments in that race. It was quite hectic there. You've ended up with second place. You happy with that?
Not really, considering we've been leading most of the time. So yeah, just into the final corner, all four of us just kind of just went off, and obviously Angus got a bit of a gap which I couldn't close up, and yeah, got second. So not the happiest, so yeah. Not
the happiest overall. I'm going to try and do some maths on the fly, Jack. I mean, coming into the super final, you were in 5th in the championship. 719 was your points, so second gets you 38. Are we anywhere near a podium there on the championship?
I don't know, to be honest. I think 4th will be the realistic one there. So I think going into it, we're thinking outside the box, and we could get 3rd, but I don't think that's going to happen. So I think I'll take 4th if that happens.
Yeah, I'd have to track back and do some adding up to see where Pearson Bullock Carter got and how many points he got. But yeah, aside from feeling a little despondent, all in all, thoughts on your season?
It's been all right, to be honest. Just mostly unlucky, really. Like, we've had too many DNFs in the heats. Like, just unlucky, really. Like, we're being rolled and just mechanical failures. So it's been all right, but to top it with a second, like, I've got to be happy with that. But obviously, I would have liked first. So.
Yeah, I think it was always going to be quite a robust race in that senior Rotax one there. There was a lot on the line for a lot of those drivers, and I imagine it was pretty rough out there.
Yeah, I had to try and fight my way back up since I dropped back to 4th, so had to gain all my place back and obviously catch up to the leader, and yeah, that's it.
Listen, well done, Jack. It was perhaps not quite the result you wanted, but we enjoyed watching it. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Sam Pollitt Racing, Cream Racing Engines, my family and my dad especially on the spanners.
Right, fantastic stuff. Well done. Go and high-five the team, and we'll see you later on for podiums.
Thank you.
So there we go. There's our second place man, Jack Lilly. Huge congratulations to him and all at Sam Pollitt Racing for a second place. Not quite the result he wanted, as he said, but nonetheless, great excitement for us and the neutrals watching from the sidelines. Right, don't go anywhere, because when we come back, Mini Inters are out on track.
Want to get on the road as quick as possible? Pass in as little as 3 months with PassMeFast, the UK's leading intensive driving course specialists. A PassMeFast course is the fast and hassle-free way of getting your licence. Plus, our 100% money-back guarantee means it's all risk-free. This isn't your average driving course. We've revolutionised how Britain learns to drive with our fast-track test system, modern learning methods and flexible monthly payment options. Plus, you can track your progress and manage your course anywhere, anytime with our industry-leading student portal. Take the faster route to driving. Book today at passmefast.co.uk.
Penultimate race of the day. Onto the track make their way the Mini Inter drivers for their super final, and we'll just have a look at what that grid is going to be. Charlie Very will be starting on pole position with Thomas Hill alongside him on the front row. Then it's going to be Stanley Clark and Charlie Wolfett on the second row with Jack Collinson and Hansing Khan in behind them. Then it's going to be Harris Ali and Mittanch there, Jane on the fourth row. Fifth row is going to be Bailey Wolf and Jake Gruffity in 10th position. Then it's going to be Daniel Minto and Zach McKay in behind them, with Alex Goodson and Oliver White rounding out the 7th row. The 8th row is going to consist of Isabella Stanswell Wilson and Louis Radcliffe. Then it is going to be Riley Sims Zezard with Elliot Surtees rounding out the 9th row. The 10th row is going to be Mason Webster and Jack Cordingley. And in 21st position, rounding out the 11th row with the grid, and in the final position, it's going to be Oliver Meek. So that's going to be what the grid is here for the Mini Inter class. The final class of the day is going to be Micro Max, which is going to follow up after this race. But Mini Inter are going to be taking their place on the track first. And I can tell you it's going to be a great race that is going to unfold in front of us. It'll definitely be interesting to see how this one goes. It's not really close up at the front end of the championship. Jacob Ashcroft has already won it. Charlie Wolfett has secured himself second. And I'm pretty sure Thomas Hill has secured himself third as well. The closest drivers are Daniel Minto and Charlie Very, with only 4 points separating them. Charlie Very has a chance to challenge for 4th position in the championship. Let's see if he's able to do so, though, as the race will go on. Let's see how this battle unfolds. And let's see who can take this one away. The drivers will slow down and get into formation early and get ready for the start of this race. Around the final bend we go. Down the home straight. Do we go green first time round? Yes, we do. Much better than the senior Rotax. The Mini Inter drivers will make their way down towards the first corner now. And up through the first chicane. We'll now go down towards the first hairpin. And through the first hairpin we go. One driver going round. That's the number 76. So the number 76 goes round. That's such a shame to see. That's going to be Harris Ali. He's going to unfortunately fall to the back of the grid already. But as the rest of the field now file through, we can see a move down the inside. That's Daniel Minto. He's fighting for everything he can get, as well as he's fighting for a position in the championship. Daniel Minto trying to hold on to 4th. He just needs to stay in front of Charlie Very by at least 2 positions. So as the drivers now round the final corner and go down the home straight, we can see a move around the final corner further down in the pack. That was number 11 of Elliot Surtees making his way past Riley Sims Zezard. So through the chicane and down onto the back straight, you can see the number 66 and the 195 going on it. Charlie Wolfett goes down the inside, manages to get himself in front of Thomas Hill. Thomas Hill, really nothing he could do to stop that from happening. Charlie Wolfett made that move with passion as well. They go down through the back center S's, and in this 12-minute race, it's set out to be a good one. Charlie Wolfett just about edging in front of Thomas Hill right now. Charlie Very in third and Hansing Khan in fourth. All right, in the final corner, down the home straight, head on the steering wheel there from Charlie Wolfett, trying to get the aerodynamical advantage over Thomas Hill in second position right now. Thomas Hill will have Charlie Wolfett's slipstream though, so therefore he will be marginally quicker in a straight line, but he will get dirty air through the corners, meaning that his front end and meaning that how pointy his steering is won't be as good as Charlie Wolfett out in front. Down towards the center S's, down the back end of the circuit. Charlie Wolfett dealing very well with the pressure that he has in behind from Thomas Hill. And Charlie Very doing a good job at just trying to stay within this battle and just trying to keep within overtaking range of Thomas Hill in second position. It looks like he might have a chance into the final corner, but he doesn't go for it. Down the home straight, the drivers separated by 2 kart lengths. 3 of them go through. Now it's going to be a 4-kart battle. Hansing Khan maybe just a little bit off the back of this battle right now. Just a couple of edges separating them two. But as they still go through, Charlie Wolfett leads the way from Thomas Hill. Nothing changing within the top 3 right now, and Hansing Khan just breaking away off the back of this battle. So Hansing Khan in 4th position just loses a little bit more time, and slowly but surely will become irrelevant from this top 3 battle. Through Sunny Bend we go, down towards Paddock Bend. Charlie Wolfett will still lead the way after making his move and making his bid for the race lead. He has been untouchable so far. Thomas Hill has just been able to stay within an overtaking range of the 195, but feels like making an overtake would be detrimental to his own race, so hasn't felt the need to go for one so far. They're the leaders. Thomas Hill, you can't miss his race number on his car. It's on the back of his helmet. Number 66, he's currently in second position right now as he's braking off the back of Charlie Wolfett. And this is where Charlie Very may start to think, should I make the move for second position sooner rather than later and try and make my own rogue mission to catch onto the back of Charlie Wolfett, which is in the lead right now. They go through Sunny Bend, down towards Paddock Bend. No intent for an overtake just yet from Very. But we round the final bend, go down the home straight and into the first chicane. Nothing changing between them just yet. Thomas Hill still sticking around in second position right now. Into the hairpins, will anything change? Charlie Very looking very calm in third position right now. Not looking like he's intending to go for that overtake just yet. Just sticking in behind Thomas Hill, keeping with the slipstream. Maybe even trying to work with Thomas Hill to try and catch onto the back of Charlie Wolfett once again. At the end of the day, 2 karts is always faster than 1, but will it work better in this certain situation, or would it be better for Charlie Very to make the overtake and make his own bid to try and catch on to Charlie Wolfett? Even so, Charlie Wolfett has still secured himself second in the championship. Thomas Hill was secure for third. Daniel Minto, though, he's going to have to keep an eye on Charlie Very. Where Daniel Minto is right now, it's looking like Charlie Very will get 4th position in the championship and will jump him. So Very needs this good race. He needs a good finishing position up at the front end, or he won't be able to get that 4th position in the finishing standings for the championship, as Thomas Hill, not Thomas Hill, Daniel Minto will fall down. Talking about falling down, Thomas Hill does, as Charlie Very finally goes for the overtake for second position. As he gets that done, and Charlie Wolfett will now extend his lead as they're still battling side by side. Thomas Hill tried the move through Sunny Bend. He'll have to try again through Paddock Bend. Does Very get the switch back? No, he doesn't. Good sequence of battling between those 2 drivers, but Charlie Wolfett now just cruising away from second and third position right now as he pulls away from the pack in behind, setting his own lap times nearly a second quicker than Thomas Hill and Charlie Very on that previous lap, just due to the battling through those 3 corners which took place. Charlie Very clearly feels he's the quicker driver as he goes back down the inside of Thomas Hill. He's not wasting any time in getting the move done. He puts his hand up to say, what are we doing? Let's work together. Let's push forwards. Let's catch on to Wolfit. Why are we battling and wasting time? Yet Charlie Very still makes the move for second position. He'll hold it this time as he crosses the line. As Charlie Very gets into second, Thomas Hill just doesn't challenge yet. I would not be surprised in the next couple laps if we see Charlie Very go for another overtake and see him try again for the race lead. Not race lead, sorry, the second position in this race. But Charlie Very, he's pulled some breathing room between him and Thomas Hill, so he doesn't need to worry about the driver in behind so much. And if we look through the rest of the field right now, Charlie Very in second position, followed by Thomas Hill. Then in the background, you can see Hansane Khan pushing, trying to catch on to our drivers in second and third position. Then you can see Stanley Clark in fifth, but nothing he's able to do just yet to catch on to the drivers. There's a move in the background. That's Daniel Minto. Very well put there to get the move done on Jack Collinson. Nothing Collinson could do to respond to the move put up by Daniel Minto going into the final corner. He taps on his helmet. Let's work together. Let's push forward. Trying to catch on to the drivers in behind us. Daniel Minto is on a mission. 3 seconds is the gap he'll have to pull down to Stanley Clark in front, but he'll try his best. This is his championship at stake. I think that may have been a move in the background there by Alex Goodson on Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. But Daniel Minto keeps checking over his shoulder, and you'll still see Stanley Clark. Clark not going for the move just yet. There's Stansmore-Wilson. Yes, she has fallen victim to Alex Goodson, who has made the move for 8th position. We go down the home straight once again. 3 minutes and 30 seconds is what's remaining on the clock. Charlie Very sets the fastest lap of the race last time round, therefore cutting down at the gap of Charlie Wolfit. 1.2 seconds is now what separates the two leaders. Down into the center S as we go. Charlie Wolfit is still leading the way from Charlie Very and Thomas Hill. We're having a look at those two drivers right now. The 73 still staying in front. Those two drivers had a great battle through this section just mere laps ago. And now look at the gap that has formed between them. Charlie Very does not need to worry at all about the driver in behind him. Nearly half a second is the gap that he's managed to extend to Thomas Hill in behind. They both fight towards the front end. Charlie Wolfit did get fastest lap that time round, though. He manages to extend his lead by another 10th, so the gap is back up to 1.3 seconds. That separates P1 and P2. There's our leading driver going through the back of the center S's right now. Makes his way over the crest towards St. John's. Glued to the outside white line, just trying to use all the track available to him is Wolfit, as he uses the runoff on the exit of Sunny Bend as well. Down towards paddock end we go. And as we go up into the first corner, just shy of 2 minutes is now remaining on the clock. Time is running out for Charlie Very, and it's not looking possible with another fastest lap set by Charlie Wolfit that time round. He pulls another 3/10 on his gap. 1.5 seconds is now what separates Charlie Wolfit and Charlie Very. Thomas Hill still stuck in behind. Hill still has a chance of getting second position here, but with 1 minute 30 remaining on the clock, Charlie Very, has he done enough for 4th position in the championship? Daniel Minto is still stuck in 6th position, but does Minto have enough time to catch on to Hansane Khan? There's still 3.2 seconds that separates them. We'll have to do the quick maths during these last couple of laps to find out if Charlie Very has done enough to get himself into the lead of this race. Sorry, not into the lead of this race, into 4th in the championship. Charlie Very is looking for a 2nd place finish here, so he's looking to add 37 points onto his championship total. So at this rate, we can see that Charlie Very is going to be ending on 753 points. But the question is, what will Daniel Minto end on? He's got 720 points right now, and with him looking to finish in 6th position, that's going to be a big difference in the points finish. He's going to be adding 32 points to his total. So with 32 points added, he'll have 752. At the time being, Daniel Minto is going to lose 4th position in the championship by 1 point. Charlie Very, if things stay the way that they are, is looking to get 4th in the championship by 1 point. So unless Daniel Minto can pull off a miracle and somehow find 1 position, or Charlie Very loses out to Thomas Hill, nothing is going to change apart from Charlie Very getting to 4th in the championship, which is a big deal there, and it'll be a great ask if he was able to do so. There's Daniel Minto, wide open in his own breathing air. It doesn't look like it's going to happen here for the 228, which is such a shame. He's fought so hard over the course of this weekend to try and hold on to 4th position in the championship. But as our leaders now cross the line now, Charlie Very sets another fastest lap. It's not looking like Thomas Hill's going to overtake him. But Charlie Very crosses the line, gets the fastest lap, gets himself onto the final lap as well. There's our race leader and 2nd in the championship. He's already secured it and made it happen. Charlie Wolfit has had a great weekend to secure himself 2nd in the championship and has not been touched in this final. No one has been near his kart from the start of the race. From start to finish, the 195 of Charlie Wolfit, he's done it again. But one driver which has done something magnificent this weekend, Charlie Very, may not win the race. Charlie Wolfit, that goes to you. But Charlie Very, he may not know it yet, but he will finish 4th in the championship. Crossing the line to confirm it, Daniel Minto is in 6th, which means that Daniel Minto finishes the championship on 472 points and finishing on 473 points, finishing in 4th position in the championship. Charlie Very has done a great job to make that happen. So Charlie Wolfit walks away with the victory and walks away with 2nd in the championship. Obviously, our winner of the championship, Jacob Ashcroft, has not competed this weekend. He's racing over in Belgium. But with the top 3 being Wolfit, Very, Hill, we'll go down into the paddock very shortly to see what Kev has to say and to see what the drivers think of that one.
Well, here we go then. Kart number 195, Charlie Wolfit, pulling it up into scrutineering, bathed in sunshine and bathed in glory. A strong drive from him, letting his class show there, finishing runner-up in the championship overall. Behind him, though, Charlie Riveri of ST Racing. Well done to Charlie Very, kart number 73. A strong finish at the end of the season from him, but I think sadly just missing out on a championship podium overall. Looks like a fantastically well-kept Cosmic Racing Kart chassis that he's got there. And behind him, then the Zip Kart, the resplendent colours of kart number 66 of Thomas Hill, sporting his brand new helmet with his new helmet livery, finishing in 3rd on the day, and also Thomas Hill, I think, finishing in 3rd in the championship overall, because don't forget, in the mini inters, Jacob Ashcroft, who isn't here this weekend, already had that wrapped up, so chose not to race here this weekend, went off and raced in Europe. Championship had already been decided for him, so it was all about, wasn't it, Charlie Wolfit getting that runner-up spot, which is what he's done. And then, of course, Thomas Hill seeing if he could get himself onto the championship podium in 3rd, which he managed to do. So here we are then. We now have the man of the hour. Big smile on your face in the sunshine there. Charlie Wolfit, well done to you, my friend. Runner-up in the championship and winner on the last super final of the day. It's been a fantastic year for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a fantastic year. I mean, all the battles that me and Jacob have had, and obviously Tom and Charlie as well. So, yeah, it's been a really good year.
Yeah, a really strong finish for you as well. I'm sure you would have wanted to have taken the championship overall, but runner-up spot ain't bad. And, you know, you've had a good weekend here at Rowrah once again. I enjoyed watching you this morning in the Superheat, actually. You made your way up through that field pretty well as well, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, we started from 5th and got the win. We was just really lucky in that. I mean, we've been quick in the wet and the dry. We've just been unbeatable this weekend.
Yeah, talk me through that last super final then this afternoon that we've just watched there. There was moments where, you know, Thomas Hill, Charlie Very, they looked like they were troubling you, and you did have to fight for a little bit in the early stages of that race.
Yeah, I mean, I went round the outside of Charlie on the start, me and Tom did, and then I went in on Tom and then just kept going forward. Kept looking behind. I was getting bigger and bigger gaps. At some point they kept closing in on me, so I just thought, right, let's settle down, calm down, let's keep going, we can do this, and we came out with the win, so yeah.
You absolutely did, my friend. Well done to you. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible this weekend and indeed this season?
I'd like to thank Synergy, Mike, Rob, my mum and dad, KR, Louis and Connor from KR, and yeah, that's it.
That's it. Well done. Huge congratulations. We'll see you later on for the podiums and the champagne, but for now, go and high-five your team and finish off scrutineering. Well done, Charlie.
Cheers.
Right, let's welcome up our second place man, Charlie Very of ST Racing. Come on in, Charlie. Well done, fella. Talk us through that final one of the year then, the last super final in 2023. Got yourself on the podium with the second place.
Yeah, it's great to have second place. I was hoping for the win, but we can't, unfortunately, because we'll have a bit battle, but it is what it is, but at least we got second. I'm happy with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, from a neutral's point of view, watching that race unfold was quite good. There was moments there between yourself, Charlie Wolfett and Thomas Hill that the sort of, you know, three of you were battling away there. Looked like, you know, at some points you could have taken the win.
Yeah, I could have gone in, but I don't think I had the pace at the start, but at the end I think I did really have the pace to catch up.
Yeah, and I guess by that point, though, Charlie Wolfett was a little bit too far down the road, and he had his head down as well, and, you know, he's a good driver, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's a really good driver. He's one of the competitors that I need to try and beat.
Listen, well done to you. I think missing out on a championship podium position overall, maybe finishing up 4th or 5th in the championship. Haven't done all the maths yet. I'm not a mathematician. But if that's how it is, will you be pleased with that for the year?
Yeah, I'm really pleased because we've missed round 1. I think we could, if we stayed in Inter, I think we could have done really well in Wilton Mill, but we missed it because we did the big kart.
Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible this year?
ST, HRS, all my sponsors, my mum and my little sister for coming down, and my full family.
Well, fantastic stuff. Big thanks to your sister for coming along. Go and high-five them all, finish off scrutiny, and well done. We'll see you for podiums later on.
Thank you.
Right, let's welcome in Thomas Hill then. Come on in, Thomas, from Zipkart. Here he comes. The new helmet was on display in that one there, Thomas, but well done to you. 3rd place on that one, and I think 3rd place in the championship overall.
Yeah, this year's been really good. First year in Inter, 2nd year in karting. Really happy with the result.
Yeah, brilliant to see. Well done. We sometimes forget when I chat to you guys, you know, when different people have started. And like you say, 1st year in Inter, 2nd year in karting. So it's been brilliant, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a really good year. We got what we wanted, so on to next year.
Fantastic stuff. Talk me through that final one then, the last super final in 2023. Were there moments in that race, I mean, you were leading in the early part of it, were there moments when you thought, hang on a minute, I could actually do really quite well here, maybe could have taken 2nd, could have taken 1st?
Yeah, at the start I was hoping to get a top 2. Yeah, at the start we got in the lead and we started to drop off a little bit, tyres got a bit hot.
Yeah. And obviously with a man like Charlie Wolfett coming in hot behind you, you know he's a good driver, it was always going to be difficult. Yeah,
it's always going to be difficult. Charlie's a really good driver, and Charlie Very. Yeah, it's a really good race.
Brilliant, great to see. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
My mum, my stepdad, Zip, all the mechanics and driver coaches at Zip, and everyone.
Brilliant. So we're going to see that shiny new helmet out here again next season once again?
Don't know. We're up to junior next year. Don't know if we've got the money to do it.
OK, well, we'll have to see. We'd love to have you back, Thomas. Well done. Thanks for this season, and we'll see you for the podiums later on.
Thank you.
Well done. There we go. There goes Thomas Hill. Finishing 3rd on the day and 3rd in the championship. Charlie Wolfett, runner-up in the championship overall. And, of course, Jacob Ashcroft, who isn't here this weekend, has already got the championship wrapped up. That's your mini-Inter result on the day. Let's come back then for the final one of the day, which will be Micromax.
Here we are, final race of the day, and we're all ready for this one to get underway. Micromax now make their way onto the circuit very shortly. Cian Bernard and Edward Haynes will be taking it away from the front row of the grid. Theo Bradshaw and Riley Muro on the second row. Then it's going to be Emerson McAndrew, Urin and Austin Omen on the third row. Fourth row is going to consist of Otis Cleary and Drew Davidson. Then it's going to be Sebastian Lurch and Dean Singe-Bahal on the fifth row of the grid. Sixth row will be Stanley Stafford with Finlay Smith, and on the seventh row of the grid, rounding it out, it will be Harry Radcliffe in 13th position. So that is going to be the 13 drivers which are taking place here in the final race of the day. So let's see how this unfolds. Micromax is going to be amazing as we are waiting for this one to get underway. Let's have a little look at how the championship is going to pan out for the Micromax, and let's see who is contending up at the front end. Edward Haynes, he's the one leading the championship right now. 872 points is what he has under his belt. 854 is what Cian Bernard has in behind. So Edward Haynes, I think he may already have the title under his belt. So this may just be a race for valor for Edward Haynes, but we'll have to see how it unfolds. He does have a 28-point lead over Cian Bernard in second position. So as long as Edward Haynes keeps it on the track and stays in a good position, well, finishes on the track actually, I'm pretty sure that Edward Haynes should be able to walk away with this one without any trouble. Cian Bernard in second position though. He will throw everything he has at it. He'll try everything that he can, and I would not be surprised if he tries to win the championship title, if it even is possible. Edward Haynes though will be majorly confident coming into this one, and he's been driving brilliantly all weekend. 2 wins he already has under his belt, which is what he was awarded in his first and third heat. So let's see if he's able to get that in the final as well. In the pre-final though, I say pre-final, I mean Superheat, Edward Haynes did not get the position that he would have been hoping for in the Superheat. Finished in 7th position, did the 46 of Edward Haynes, but he moves on into the final and he'll still be in a great position moving forwards. Starting from pole position, you really can't complain with that one. So let's have a look at some of the other drivers which are on the grid right now. That is the number 43 in the background. That is definitely the number 43. Number 43, that's Stanley Stafford. He'll be starting from a little bit further down the field, but still within a good chance of scoring some decent points to add towards your championship. So let's see what Stanley Stafford is able to do and add to his resume towards the end of this weekend. Being the final race, a lot is riding on this. I'm pretty sure every driver from every class will now be watching along, as this is the final race of the day and they've got nothing else to do. So a lot of support for the drivers and also a lot of pressure for them going into this one and going forwards. So we can see now all of the people standing on the banking, all of the spectators watching along, ready for the start of this race. I see a couple of mechanics there from the DHR team. But either way, drivers make their way onto the track and we get ready for the start of this one. Let's see how this unfolds. Micromax, you always give us brilliant action, and I'd expect nothing less from this one as they make their way out onto the circuit. Let's see how this one goes. So 2 formation laps once again for the Micromax class, as they will have plenty time to get their tyres warmed up and get themselves ready for the start of this race. There'll be a lot of nerves throughout the field and a lot of drivers which have a lot of riding on this race as well. So down through the back end of the circuit, that's a brilliant camera angle there. You can see the sun just trying to peek through the clouds there. And that's the St. John's and section there, and the pit lane just on your right hand side. The drivers making their way past that right now. down the home straight, and the marshal signals to go around one more time, one more lap for the drivers to warm up their tyres and get themselves mentally and physically prepared for the start of the race. And I'm sure they will use that time wisely as well. If you're wondering at home why these drivers are weaving left and right, they weave left and right to try and get as much surface temperature on the tyres as possible, putting as much load into the tyres so their tyres are hotter, grip to the surface a lot easier, and are in optimal racing conditions for the start of this race. Obviously a lot is demanded on these tyres throughout the whole of a race, so you don't want to overheat your tyres, but you 100% don't want cold tyres going into the start of a race. It's the worst thing you can ever have as a driver. But here we are. We go now through Sunny Bend, down towards Paddock Bend. We're all in formation and we're ready for racing. How will this go? Around the final bend we go. The final formation lap for the last time well, maybe not the last time today. That will be a false start. So that was not the final formation lap which you'll ever see. We'll see one more here for the Ultimate Karting Championship. Just maybe nerves got a little bit too much for Kian Bernard there. Up at the front end of the field. Sorry, not Kian Bernard. That is not Kian Bernard at the front end. Yes, it is. I stand correct myself. So, let's see how this one goes. Let's see if Edward Haynes can get as good of a jump off the line, but see if he can do it in a legal manner this way without it being a false start. And after this race, I will once again have the difficult decision of deciding who is driver of the weekend. I've got a few drivers in mind, a couple from this class, a couple from each class to be fair. So I'll have to put them all down on paper and then evaluate which driver I believe that is. Still open to nominations if you want to put that in the chat, and I will check that at the end of the race. If you're watching along on YouTube, also make sure to subscribe and give us a like to follow for more Alpha Live productions. But down the home straight we go, and we still don't go racing. Oof. Keeping us on edge here for the final race are the Micromax. We have another chevron flag go out, which means that it will be another false start. The green and yellow chevron. So down into the second hairpin, our drivers now go. Number 46 there, Edward Haynes, our championship leader, who we believe may have already won the championship. But we'll have to wait until the race is over to make that one secure. The marshals just signal to the drivers, let's just slow it down even more. You do no need to accelerate so early going off the final bend. But we'll wait for them to arrive down the hill. Over the crest they go. Going towards St. John's now. St. John's, an action-packed corner, which has proven itself time and time again over the course of this weekend. Through St. John's, down through Sunny Bend now. Just one last reminder from the marshals to slow it down. Not get too excited and too trigger happy on the accelerator. And yeah, they have definitely slowed it down this time. Slowed it down to maybe nearly a walking pace. Around the final corner. And down the home straight. Accelerate at the line as told. Great start there from Kian Bernard. He'll get the jump over Edward Haynes going down into the first corner. No, he won't. Edward Haynes around the outside of the first part of the chicane. Great move by him to get himself into the lead of the race. And now he pulls away from the rest of the field as the all toy four positions going into the first hairpin. Emerson McAndrew Ewan, he's got a great drive through. Now finds himself in second position. The number 16 there trying to fight through as well as they're all squabbling for position through the field as Austin Oman is getting involved in the battle as well. Theo Bradshaw lost out on a couple of positions from the start of that race. But Emerson McAndrew-Urin is going to be the driver in charge of catching onto the back of Edward Haynes. Our championship leader pulls away from the start of this race, but will he be able to walk away victorious? So now as we go down through the final corner for the first time in this race, you can see the mechanics on the sidelines giving multiple signals to the drivers, giving them instructions and maybe even aiding them on with their race. But we still go through a 12-minute race here, shorter than the seniors and juniors for the Micromax here. Number 16, that's Austin Oman going down the inside. Will he get the move done on Bernard? Bernard gets a switchback and he'll get it done. Great move there from Kian Bernard. Flicks his hand and shows that that was a good move. But back down the inside, it looks like Riley Muro's managed to get him as well. So Austin Oman, after trying to get the move done on Kian Bernard, loses that position and loses one more to Riley Muro as well. So Muro and Bernard gaining themselves both a position on that previous lap. A move in the background. That was Sebastian Lurch going for a position on Theo Bradshaw. So Sebastian Lurch got that move done going around the final corner. But up at the front end, we look once again. Sorry, no, that's still Sebastian Lurch and Theo Bradshaw, number 36 and number 44. So down towards the first hairpin we go. The two SPR teammates locked in nose to tail. That's the number 16 of Austin Oman in behind Riley Muro. Oman's going to have to keep an eye on Otis Cleary in behind. The number 88 is getting a little bit feisty in behind them in 6th position right now. He wants himself a top 5 result. He's going to try and get the jump coming out the center S's. It's going to be difficult to pull off, but he does it down into St. John's. Great move there from Otis Cleary to get himself up in a 5th position now. Austin Oman drops down into 6th, but he's going to try and fight back instantly. Will he be able to get it done once again? No, he won't. So Austin Oman down into 6th, Otis Cleary up into 5th. As a signal there from Emerson McAndrew-Urin. McAndrew-Urin has caught onto the back of Edward Haynes. So Edward Haynes, our championship leader, has now been caught by Emerson McAndrew-Urin. McAndrew-Urin, who's had a little bit of luck not being on his side this weekend. Pointing forwards does Haynes. He wants to work together, but McAndrew-Urin doesn't, so he makes the move stick. Good move there from the 333 to get himself into the lead of the race now. He'll be the one heading the field. So Edward Haynes, even though he may have now dropped down into 2nd position, that doesn't change anything in the championship standings, as the 88 of Otis Cleary tries the move on Riley Muro but runs detrimentally wide, meaning that he loses the position once again to Muro. So Muro holds on to it. Cleary tried what looked like a rash move around the final corner, and it did not work out in his favor at all. Riley Muro actually manages to pull a little bit of a gap to Cleary due to that circumstance. McAndrew-Urin, though, managed to pull half a second over Edward Haynes in 2nd position right now. Down the inside, that's a move from Austin Oman. He'll get that done on Otis Cleary without any trouble. Now Otis Cleary is at fault, and he's the one in the danger zone of Theo Bradshaw and Sebastian Lurch in behind. It looks like Cleary tried to make the move there into Sunny Bend. Didn't quite work out. That looked like a desperate attempt for an overtake there from Cleary to try and get it back on Oman. He's lost 2 positions in the same lap. He just wanted to try and get one back, and it didn't work out at all. Theo Bradshaw, you can see him in the zip car in behind, and watch out in behind him as he still has Sebastian Lurch all over the rear bumper of his kart. So back up at the front end, the 16 of Oman. You can see there, that was the 88 of Cleary looking to the inside. Will he get the move done? He'll try it. Actually, nearly loses out on another as they go on the exit of the center S's. Will he lose out? Yes, he will. A great move there from Theo Bradshaw to take advantage of the situation at hand. Diving straight back down on the inside. Otis Cleary will try and get it done. He'll get squeezed out. They'll bang wheels and he'll stay in front. Otis Cleary looks like he's fighting for his life out there on the circuit right now. Every time he sees a gap open up in front of him, he dives straight down the inside and takes advantage of that situation being at hand. Just in front there, that looks like that was Sebastian Lurch. No, that can't have been Sebastian Lurch. That might be Austin Oman and Edward Haynes. Austin Oman and Riley Muro, sorry, the number 16 and the number 22, the two teammates. We've seen them battling earlier on in this race, but will they continue to battle it out on this one? There they are, the two SPR drivers. Will they continue to battle, or will they try and work together? Out in front, where is Cian Bernard came from? Cian Bernard now finds himself in second position. Edward Haynes drops down into third. Still doesn't change anything in the championship. Edward Haynes has done a great job to secure that over the course of this weekend. But Cian Bernard, out of nowhere, now finds himself in second position. So Emerson McAndrew-Uren has a 1.1 second gap to Cian Bernard in second position. Now you can see them on our cameras. That's Cian Bernard with the white Arai helmet in front, and that's Edward Haynes in behind. Down the hill they go. St. John's is the section that they arrive at. 82 of Cian Bernard just about staying out in front of Riley Muro that's Edward Haynes right now. The number 46, they round the final corner, down the home straight into the first chicane. Edward Haynes trying to take advantage of the slipstream which he has available to him. Even though Cian Bernard made the move a couple of laps ago on Edward Haynes, Haynes has done a great job at sticking to the rear bumper of Bernard and using the slipstream to his advantage to try and up his pace. Remember, setup can always have a great play as well of the driver. If a driver has their car set up to be more advantageous in the first half of the race, they are obviously going to be quicker than someone else who has it set up to be quicker towards the latter stages of the race. But our leaders now make their way around the final bend. McAndrew-Uren first, then Bernard, then Haynes. Haynes closer than ever to the back of Bernard. So Haynes, comparing to the pace of Bernard, he was half a tenth quicker than Cian Bernard on that last lap was Edward Haynes. Haynes also set a purple lap time, so has the fastest lap of the race so far, does Edward Haynes. And he's looking to walk away with it as well. The pace that he's putting down onto the circuit is unmatched by the two drivers in front. Cian Bernard and Edward Haynes are cutting down at the gap which Emerson McAndrew-Uren has in front of them. 3/10 was what they were able to pull out of McAndrew-Uren on that previous tour of the circuit. So now the gap falls to just 1 second, which separates McAndrew-Uren and Bernard. Haynes has fell a little bit visually from the back of Bernard, but we'll get an update as the drivers round the final corner and down the home straight once again. The gaps stay just about the same. Edward Haynes did fall 2/10 off the back of Cian Bernard though. So Cian Bernard doing a good job to counter the pace which Edward Haynes put down on the circuit on that previous lap. Now let's have a look at one of the battles that is evolving on the circuit right now. That's Austin Oman and Theo Bradshaw both going at it. Oman looking to his left, coming out the corner, hand up, saying, what are we doing? Why are we battling? But either way, that is still the circumstance at hand. As Theo Bradshaw checks over his shoulder, he knows that no one's behind him, so feels that he's in free air to go on the offense. Theo Bradshaw opts for a wider line there through the center S's to try and carry more momentum down into St. John's. He'll go for the move. Did he able to make it stick? If I look out my commentary box window, yes he has. So Theo Bradshaw has made the move stick there on Austin Oman. That was for 4th position on the circuit. And in the background, Riley Muro's making another move. So that was Riley Muro going for the move on Sebastian Lurch. Otis Cleary followed through as well. Cleary having a look on the inside into the first chicane. Wasn't able to make that stick though. Just showing his front bumper was Otis Cleary, making sure that Riley Muro knows that he's a force to be reckoned with and he's not far in behind. Muro checks over his shoulder, he checks the wrong way, which means that Cleary was open to go down the inside, following through Sebastian Lush. Cleary did a great job there at hanging Muro out to dry, opened the door for Lush as he followed through. They're back on the offense. Riley Muro is not wasting any time in a position that he doesn't want to be in. Straight back down the inside of his teammate was Riley Muro. The number 22 is feeling feisty out on the circuit right now. But with only 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining on the clock, there's not long left for Riley Muro to gain any more positions, but he will. He'll go to the inside of Cleary. He noticed that Cleary made a mistake out of the final corner. He just caught the rumble strip and lost the rear a little bit, did the 88, killing his momentum, meaning Riley Muro was able to get through. Cleary straight back on the attack, tags the rear bumper, and off the circuit into the wall goes Otis Cleary. Sorry, not Otis Cleary. Otis Cleary tags Riley Muro, and Riley Muro goes off into the wall. That looked like a broken rear bumper there for Riley Muro. Managed to get the kart going again, though. Yellow flags are still out at post, what looks like post 2. That's the first hairpin. Is there still a beached car on the exit of the first hairpin? It doesn't look like there is. We'll wait until we see Emerson McAndrew-Urin go through. McAndrew-Urin goes through the first hairpin. There's no dead car on the outside. No dead car on the inside. Oh, there it is. A little bit further down the road. That's such a shame. Heart-wrenching there for Sebastian Lush. Sebastian Lush not even originally involved in the contact, but catching the rebounding kart of Riley Muro means that Sebastian Lush unfortunately has to retire from the race. Our leading drivers make their way around towards the final bend once again. Emerson McAndrew-Urin rounds the final corner and down the home straight, sees the last lap board. Will he check over his shoulder? And does he know that he has such a large gap? 7.8 tenths is the gap that they already have up at the front end right now, as Emerson McAndrew-Urin has been dominant ever since he managed to get into the lead when he overtakes Edward Haynes just a couple laps into the race. Kian Bernard, though, he's been persistent trying to catch on to the back of Emerson McAndrew-Urin, but despite all the efforts which Kian Bernard has put down onto the circuit, he's left nothing in reserve, but it's still not enough to catch on to the 333. The DHR driver checks over his shoulder one more time, down into St. John's, through Sunny Bend he goes. He'll check over his shoulder once again. He sees that he's got open track. He sees he has breathing room. Emerson McAndrew-Urin is victorious at the final round here of the Ultimate Karting Championship. Kian Bernard will bring it home in second position. And your new crowned championship victor, Edward Haynes, take a bow. Let's get a round of applause for Edward Haynes, who takes away the championship victory. The number 46 has been working hard all season to hear that, and now he can finally soak it in. Emerson McAndrew-Urin may win the race, but Edward Haynes takes the championship title home. Theo Bradshaw finishes in 4th position as well, with Austin Oman in 5th. 6th is going to be Otis Cleary and Drew Davidson in 7th. Riley Muro, after some contact, finishes down in 8th. 9th is going to be Stanley Stafford, then it'll be Dean Cinch, Bahal and Harry Radcliffe, and the only retirement from the race is Sebastian Lush, unfortunately. We're going to throw over to the paddock there, where Kev is going to have the newest with our race winner and our championship winner.
So there we go then, wrapping things up for Micromax in 2023. We see the youngsters going into scrutiny, and Kieran Bernard first on the ramp there, number 82. But Emerson McAndrew-Urin, the 333, really thrilled with taking the win in the final one of 2023. But the man of the hour is just pushing his car in behind him. Number 46, that is Edward Haynes. Edward Haynes there of RCE, going to be thrilled with that. 3rd place, didn't need to do anything more than that today. 3rd place gets him the win. with 35 points there, gets him up to, I think, 907 points in total to take the win overall. The championship has been decided. Edward Haynes from RCE winning the championship. Cian Bernard, though, is going to be thrilled. 891, first full year in the UKC, runner-up in the championship. He'll be really pleased with that one. And Emerson McAndrew will be pleased, I think, with the win, last one in 2023, and third place spot in the championship overall. Good to see some high fives and some sort of camaraderie going on there between the drivers for the last time in scrutineering. Let's just pull him up here. Here's Emerson. Emerson, great to see you. A good victory to finish on there at the end of the season. If my maths is correct, third place in the championship overall. How's it sound?
Yeah, I mean, we've struggled a bit over this weekend, just trying to find, because it's a new track, so we're just trying to find how to do it, and I'm really happy with my result.
Yeah, I think you should be. I mean, like you say, trying to find how to do it, but you found how to do it really well in that last race. Very strong race to finish on. Talk us through it from the early stages.
Yeah, my start was good. Got up to P2 on the first lap from P5, and I just had to push on and try and catch my friend Edward. Then I overtook him and just had to get my head down.
Yeah, and you had a bit of a challenge behind from Cian Bernard there, but I think the longer the race went on, you guys seemed to just spread yourselves out, and then it was just all about keeping focus till the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, I just had to focus as much as I can and hopefully win it.
Well, well done to you. You won the final race of the year, the final super final, and I think third place in the championship overall. When you look back at your season with Dan Holland Racing, how's it going to shape up? How do you feel about it all?
I mean, Dan Holland Racing is a really good team, and we've had a couple bad weekends with UKC, but this has been one of our strongest.
Yep, well done to you. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Dan Holland Racing, Time Engines, my mum, my dad, my brother, and my dog Nancy.
Well done. The dog Nancy gets the mention once again. Well done, Emerson. Go and high-five your dad and the rest of the team. Let's welcome in Cian Bernard, our second place man. He's always got a big smile on his face. He's enjoyed his season, proud to be wearing the Zip Kart T-shirt. So, Cian, well done to you, finishing on the podium for the final one in 2023, and more importantly, runner-up in the championship. How does that sound?
Yeah, it's okay. I'm very happy the progress that I've made this season, and this wouldn't have been possible without Zipkart, my brother, my parents, my grandparents for watching, Beanie, O, and Luke for just all the support. And yes, incredible.
Yeah, I think it's been a really good season for you, having get to know you over the last few rounds, last few weekends. You've learnt a lot in karting, and look, you're on the podium once again, a runner-up in the championship in your first full year in the UKC. That's pretty darn good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just the first round at Wilton Mill. I just really didn't have the package to be at the front, but then just to catch up to the front is from 6th is quite good, so I'm quite happy with that.
Yeah, really happy with that. And just name-check your brother for me as well, because I know your brother's been on the spanners all year. You've been under the Zipkart awning, but it's your brother who's been on the tools, isn't he?
Yeah, he's helped me so much just this year and last year. Amazing brother.
What's his name? Come on, give him a shout out.
Tristan Bernard.
There he is, Tristan Bernard. Well done. And mum and dad as well. They've enjoyed, I'm sure, all the rounds. They've been to you or been with you all of these weekends. We're going to see you for the podiums later on, but hopefully we're going to see you in the UKC or in karting again next season. Fingers crossed.
Yeah. I really like this championship, and I've learned a lot, so I'm sure.
Brilliant. Well, listen, Cian, well done to you. We'll see you later on for podiums. Go and give your team a high five and finish off scrutineering, and congratulations once again.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Right, let's welcome in our third place man on the day, but our championship winner overall. Here he is, the man of the hour, Edward Haynes. Edward from RCE. Talk me through that final race, because you knew exactly what you had to do to bring home the championship, didn't you?
Yeah, before I even went out, I knew I won the race. Won the championship, not the race. But I won the championship, so I'm happy, but not the race. But some you win, some you lose.
Some you win, some you lose. You want to win at all costs, don't you? You want to win everything, but you can't win them all, but you did win the championship. So looking back on the season as a whole, I mean, it's been a great year for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, I've done well at all tracks, really, apart from a couple, but it comes home well because I've won, so.
Listen, well done to you, Edwards. We've enjoyed watching you over the season, and that last race, you may not have won it, but you did enough to win the championship. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it possible all year?
I want to thank Jordan at Force, Dave at RCE, PSP, Wellbro, Andrew Coulson's, Stings, all my family,
and Uncle Buck.
Uncle Buck, well done. Listen, Edward, huge congratulations. Well done to you. Go and high-five the team. We'll see you for podiums later on.
Okay, see ya.
So there he goes, Edward Haynes, our championship winner overall there in Micromax. What a great one to finish on. And congratulations to Cian Bernard there, finishing second in what is his first year in the UKC. And I think first full year in karting as well. And Emerson McAndrew finishing on the top step of the podium in the last one of the year and third place in the championship overall. What a great season he has had. And that is it for 2023 as far as the UKC is concerned on the live stream. Thanks to you for watching wherever you are right now. Don't forget, of course, we still have the highlights programme to go out on Free Sports TV and other digital channels coming up in about 3 weeks' time, so you can relive all of this action. And then now it's all eyes on 2024, and we'll be doing it all again. And we would love it, of course, if you could join us for that. And in the meantime, stay across all of the social media at UKC, I think it is, or at UKC Global, there or thereabouts, the Instagram, so you can keep up to date with everything that is going on. Thanks for watching wherever you are once again. Until next time, I've been Kev Harris. See ya.